Okay, Miss Anna, am I ready I'm the host again? Anna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Are we going to have anything procedural that we need to, good morning,
Good
that we
morning.
need to, hello there,
Good morning.
that we need to deal with when we first go on the record?
Not from me.
Okay, Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have one small matter. That is, and I'm Charles DeSalen, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
yes, sir.
And our witness, Michael Kenny, has an appointment this afternoon, so he will be unavailable from about 1:30 until about 3:30.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we're going to get done long before that.
Before that.
But, yeah, but just in case, I wanted to let you know.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
One
Yes, ma'am.
matter, Madam Hearing Examiner Gloria Regensburg for staff. I was just wondering if you want staff to sign on right at 9 o'clock, or should we wait until they need to testify? Wasn't sure how to instruct them on whether to listen in on YouTube or.
It's totally up to you all. Obviously, if I ask P&M a question, they might be interested in listening to P&M's answer.
Sure.
But again, as you all know, and you probably got prompted on your screen, we are live on YouTube right now. So no, that'll be up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I've got Mr. Hercule, I've got, looks like two, I've got two P&M witnesses that are trying to log on. I have Mr. Warner, and then I have somebody who's identified as P&M witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. So PNM witness will be Mark Fenton. He's our first witness, and he's here with me in PNM headquarters in Albuquerque. Mr. Warner is in a remote location, and so that's why he's trying to log into Zoom so that he can follow the hearing per the discussion you just had with Ms. Regensburg.
Okay, he's going to need to go on YouTube.
Okay, I will make them aware of that. Thank you.
Okay. Just the witness who is testifying has the Zoom access at this point. Okay, so any other procedural things that we need to deal with? If not, again, I just remind everybody that we are live on YouTube, and we will begin our hearing momentarily. And I will require that all go ahead and admit Mr. Fenton. I will require that all participants in the hearing, the attorneys and the witnesses, unless they're having a technical difficulty, need to be available by audio and video. Melissa, are we good to begin? Can't do anything without our court report.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Sir,
while we're waiting for the court reporter, we sent it out yesterday in a pre-hearing memo, but just for your awareness in terms of our witnesses' availability, Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Jones are, well, ideally they're not available tomorrow if we do wind up going to a second day.
yes, sir. And thank you for, due to the circumstances of this hearing, I didn't find it necessary to issue a pre-hearing order or my usual, this is how we conduct ourselves on Zoom
It
orders.
says the meeting is being live streamed. So,
Okay, Melissa, there you are.
hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you.
Oh, hang on, let me get myself together. Feel like I'm falling apart, sorry.
Okay, yeah, we are live stream. But yeah, I did see your memo, and so depending on the length of the questions that others might have, I mean, I have questions, but I'm assuming since you all wanted to vacate the hearing that you don't have questions. But you might have questions based on my questions. So we'll go ahead and get started, but I don't anticipate going into the second day. But we'll see. So if we are, let me just check. Okay, there's 2 witnesses that are in the waiting room. They're not going to be admitted, just to let you know. And until it's their time to testify, we are live streaming on YouTube. They can go to YouTube and watch us there. Very well. Okay, if there's nothing further procedural, we'll go ahead and begin our hearing. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I am the designated hearing examiner in case number 23-00162. This is in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for certificate of public convenience and necessity to purchase, own, and operate 12 megawatts of battery storage facilities. Today is the date, time, and place for the hearing in this matter. As set forth in the procedural order and notice that I issued on May 30th of this year. Along with me is our court reporter, Melissa Gonsalves. And if you need anything to do with the transcript, you will need to contact her directly. I'd also like to say that along with us here today is Commissioner Aguilar. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And if I could at this time get appearances on the record, please, beginning with Pnm.
Good morning,
Verhul.
Madam Hearing Examiner John Verhul on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Very well. And Mr. Giselle?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning. I'm Charles DeSalen, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Thank you. I'd also like the record to reflect that counsel for intervenor New Mexico area emailed me, and subject to waiving any cross-examination and participating in any post-hearing briefing discussion, which those terms were accepted, asked to be excused from today's hearing, so their appearance is excused. Additionally, counsel for the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority made a similar request yesterday, and is also, their appearance is excused for today. Could I get the appearance for Onward Energy? Mr. Yar.
Morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yar on behalf of Onward Energy Holdings LLC.
Good morning. And Ms. Regensburg for staff?
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst. Gloria Regensburg. I'm here representing the Utility Division staff this morning.
Thank you. I believe that takes care of all of our participants in today's hearing. I'd also like the record to reflect that pursuant to the procedural order, Public Service Company of New Mexico, or PNM, was also required to publish the notice in newspapers of general circulation in every county in which they operate, as evidenced by a filing on June 20th. Said publication occurred. Additionally, as required by the procedural order, PNM was required to mail the notice to its customers, and as indicated by their filing on July 10th, that was also accomplished. I'd just also like to note for the record regarding the notice for the mailing, I did put requirement that the font size in the mailing was not supposed to be smaller than equivalent to the Times New Roman 10.5 font size. If you're wondering why I chose that font size, that is actually the font size of the footnotes that that the hearing examiners use in their orders and recommended decisions. So I figured if that size was appropriate to read in our documents, perhaps it would be appropriate to read in the notice. And after viewing the notice in a bill that was mailed, I was very pleased. So thank you. I'm glad that we didn't get that font so tiny that people needed their microscope to read it, and I felt very comfortable with this. So again, let me thank you. I'd like also the record to reflect that we had no person sign up to give public comment, and upon my review of the record, we've received no written public comment in this case. With that, I made inquiry prior to going on the record if we had any procedural matters that we need to deal with. We had a couple of items just regarding scheduling that I'll keep in mind should we need to rely on those things. And with that said, if there's nothing procedural further, I would like to go ahead and begin the evidentiary portion of our hearing. Mr. Bierhol, with your witness, Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Mr. Mark Fenton.
Good morning, Mr. Fenton.
Good morning, Ms. Hurst. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Melissa, would you please swear Mr. Fenton in?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Fenton. Please state your name and job title.
My name is Mark Fenton. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Policy and Case Management at Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Do you have before you what has been labeled corrected PNM Exhibit 2?
I do.
What is that?
That is the direct testimony that I filed on May the 3rd, 2023.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
None other than the one correction that was made yesterday when it was submitted electronically by Mr. Metzger, which was on page 10, line 16. There was a word missing after rate. The word case was missing, and that was part of our electronic transmittal yesterday by Mr. Metzger.
Okay, if I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
All right. At this point, I would move to admit corrected PNM Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Fenton.
Yes, they are.
And did you add attachments to your corrected testimony?
The only attachment, I believe, was my resume. That was PNM Exhibits MF-1.
Okay, and you prepared that, or that was prepared under your direction and control?
Yes, it was.
Any objection to what's been identified? Mr. Buell, I'm sorry, sir, what was the number?
It was corrected PNM Exhibit 2.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as corrected PNM Exhibit 2? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 2 is admitted. Sir?
Mr. Fenton, do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is my rebuttal testimony that I filed on September 7th, 2023.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, I do not have any corrections.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this point, I would move to admit PNM Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any attachments to that testimony, Mr. Fenton?
No.
All right. Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 2, Mr. Fenton's rebuttal testimony? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe you meant PNM Exhibit 3.
I'm sorry, PNM Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
I did mean Exhibit 3,
Thank
the
you.
rebuttal testimony of Mr. Fenton.
Before I turn the witness over for questioning, Madam Hearing Examiner, what we filed yesterday as PNM Exhibit 1 was our application that we filed back in May, which is itself a pleading. So in my opinion, it's already into evidence. But is there anything you would like me to do to have that entered in the record?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you, Mr. Buell, that that any pleading that's filed is part of the evidence, but I just don't know how necessary having the application itself is in. But since PNM has labeled it as PNM Exhibit 1, why don't you run the verification through Mr. Fenton so that we can get PNM Exhibit 1 into the record?
I will. Thank you. Mr. Fenton, do you have before you what has been labeled as PNM Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have the application in front of me.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was not prepared by me, but I reviewed it prior to the filing and I'm familiar with the contents of it.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Any additions or corrections to it?
No,
Is there anything in there that you would change today?
no,
Okay. At this point, I would move to admit PNM Exhibit 1, our application, into evidence.
Mr. Fenton, this particular document, Pnm Exhibit 1, was prepared within the scope of your duties. I know it wasn't prepared by you, but
yes.
like I say, go ahead, sir.
As the policy witness, I always review the application and I did review it prior to us filing it and I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 1, their application in this case? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 1 is admitted. Mr. Vierhoel?
At this point, I offer the witness for any cross-examination or questions.
Okay. Questions it is, since I don't cross people, although some people might think I do. Hearing examiners just examine. Good morning, sir. I note in your resume that you're a chemical engineer. That's what your degree was in?
It was quite some time ago, but yes, that is what my bachelor's degree was in.
And you are registered as a professional engineer?
Yes, I am.
And so I'm wondering, I see civil engineers and electrical engineers, but I don't know if I've seen a chemical engineer before. Does that background help you in particular with some of the battery technology?
Not really, for purposes of this application, I'm not practicing as a professional engineer. I'm not putting my stamp on anything or anything like that. I got my chemical engineering degree some time ago. When I initially went to work for public service company in New Mexico, ironically enough, it was at Sangre de Cristo Water Company, and I was responsible for the water treatment plant. But a lot of my career has been involved in engineering and planning engineering. That's not the case today. Today, I'm the executive director of regulatory policy and case management at PNM. So I'm not practicing engineering. So I'm generally familiar with, the type of chemistry that's part of this battery, but I'm not testifying at all today with anything to do with the battery technology itself or the chemistry of that battery.
Okay. Well, I know that in some of the testimony, there were some assertions made that this particular type of chemistry is safer or not as likely to have fire implications. So, and it had a list of things that was in it. And I thought, oh, well, Mr. Fenton's a chemical engineer. Maybe he's checked into this, but not part of your job duties here.
Not part of my job duties. I
Okay.
am familiar with the testimony you're talking about. I think it's in Mr. Jones' testimony where he talks about Powin and he also talks about fire hazards and the chemistry of these batteries, but that's not something I'm testifying to.
Okay, very well. On page 1 of PNM Exhibit 2, your direct testimony, at the bottom of the page, the question posed at line 20, what is PNM requesting in this proceeding? Your answer begins on line 21, and you say PNM is requesting a certificate of public convenience and necessity, or CCN, authorizing PNM to purchase, own, install, and operate 12 megawatts of battery energy. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
in your mind, should there be any differentiation in the type of authority that the commission should consider approving on this particular kind of project if any of the requests weren't included? So you want to purchase, own, install, and operate. So you want to do 4 things, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to know if there's any differentiation in commission approval or standards that you think would be different if you only ask for 3 things or 2 things or 1 thing.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. You know, we're asking, as it says on line 21, we're asking for a CCN. And this is a storage facility. So we say in both the application and my testimony that we're asking for a CCN under 629-1D, which specifically added language related to energy storage systems. So for this first application for distribution batteries, these 2 6-megawatt batteries, we're asking for a CCN. But I can't think of any differentiation because of those 4 words: purchase, own, install, and operate. I think we're just basically asking for the CCN that is authorized under 691-D.
All right. Continuing on to the next page, you're continuing to answer that question that was posed on line 20. So on page 2, you say, beginning at line 1, the 2 installations of 6 megawatts each of battery storage equipment will be located on Pnm's distribution system at the following Pnm owned sites. But I forgot the continuation of the sentence. So let's start back on page 1, line 22. 12 megawatts of battery energy storage systems, which will be referred to as BESS, BESS. Those are all capitalized, at 2 existing Pnm solar facilities. And then you go on to say where those distribution sites are. So my question, the first question refers to line 1, 2 existing Pnm solar facilities. Did Pnm install those solar facilities?
I believe they're 10 megawatt solar facilities. What I'm hesitating on, whether those are utility owned or PPAs, but and I'm not absolutely certain of that. I think Mr. Warner could provide more detail. I know there's 2 solar facilities, a solar facility on each one of the sites. Whether Pnm installed it or not, I'm not positive. I think that'd be a better question for Mr. Warner.
Okay. And Mr. Fenton, you know my rule on that?
Remind me, Ms. Hurst.
You defer the question. Part of the salary goes to that witness and answers that question.
I did not know that rule.
Okay. All right. So ask Mr. Warner about the solar facilities. Okay. I had another question about then. Would he be the better witness to ask whether or not questions concerning those? I think you've indicated there are 12. Did you say 12 or 10 megawatt facilities?
I believe they're 10 megawatts.
Okay. I think I'll defer my other questions on that. And just generally, in the continuation of this, the battery storage equipment will be located on Pnm's distribution system at the 2 sites, that being the South Valley site, and it's referred to as the South Course number 12 feeder in Bernalillo, or the Rio del Oro solar site, and that's referred to as the Tome 12 feeder in Valencia County.
Correct.
To put this into just context in my head, will the storage systems that P&M proposes to purchase, own, install, and operate be considered a distribution asset or a generation asset, or both?
I guess it depends on what purpose you're talking about, but for the purposes of the technical details, I would consider these facilities really more distribution facilities. They certainly can serve resource adequacy, and they have generation characteristics to them. The output from the generation facilities will be 6 megawatts each, so it has generation characteristics, but we're looking at as this project as more of a distribution project. I think the characteristics, we're installing a lot of batteries on our system for generation purposes. This particular project, and Mr. Warner could probably talk more about it. He's the director of distribution engineering. But the reason he's really a lead witness from a technical perspective is these batteries are being placed on P&M's distribution systems.
From your perspective, does it make any difference how we characterize it?
Not really. Where it could make a difference a little bit, I think, is, we're asking for a CCN, and there's discussion in my testimony, and there's been some discussion about in the future, we need timely approval on these type of batteries on the distribution system. And because it's a distribution project, I think there may be an argument that in the future, not on this particular application, we're asking for a CCN, but in the future, that these projects may be done in the ordinary course of business, similar to a substation or a transformer, the kind of projects that we have typically filed for 440s. We didn't think it was appropriate in this particular filing because this was the first batteries that we're putting on our distribution system. It's a little bit of cutting edge, and also the CCN statute specifically talks about energy storage systems, which these two 6 megawatt batteries are certainly storage systems. But I think the distribution component of it lends itself to an argument that this is in the ordinary course of business, and maybe each time you would not have to go through the CCN process. But that would be the only distinction I guess I would make about the generation versus distribution.
And when you refer to 440, you're referring to 17.5.440 entitled NMAC, extension, system improvements, repairs or replacements, additions, and cooperative agreements between or among utilities, correct?
Correct. Yes, I'm looking at it, and that's exactly what it says.
And 440 is a rule that requires utilities to make certain filings or reports with the commission when the utility proposes or intends on doing what, Mr. Fenton?
It's a report that's used for, well, what the rule says, 440.8, to report requirements for extensions, system improvements, repairs or replacements, or additions. It's typically used for distribution projects. It's also can be used for certain generation projects over certain dollar thresholds. For example, for transmission distribution projects, it's for projects over $1 million. For Generating facilities, it's for costs that are over $2 million. And there's a few more details I'm skipping, but typically it's for distribution transmission projects and certain generation projects that meet criteria within the rule.
And other than making this filing as required and including the things that are required by the rule, is there any oversight or review with this 440 filing?
Yes, staff reviews the 440 filings. We file it with the commission. At this point in time, we also, I believe if it's a project that's over $8 million, we copy the commissioners to make them aware of the project. That was part of the modifications to Rule 440 a while back. But certainly staff reviews it. If they have any issues with it, staff has the opportunity to ask questions. For example, if they thought a CCN was required and we filed a 440, staff could look at the filing and they could report that to the commission. So my experience with filing 440s over the past several years is that staff reviews those filings.
Is there any kind of notice to anyone other than staff or in limited circumstance to the commissioners themselves?
I'm trying to remember our distribution list. I don't think there normally is. I think it's generally staff, the commissioners, if it's over $1 limit, the commissioner's assistants. I don't recall us serving it to a broader service list. I would say that 440s are often reviewed in a rate case, in my experience, oftentimes in discovery in a rate case, for example, when they're looking at the prudence of Pnm's investments, oftentimes 440s will be reviewed. Pnm will provide those to the as part of discovery. Sometimes in rate cases, I've seen 440s being discussed.
So then, whenever these 440s are filed, it's a notification that the company plans on building a particular type of project. You've indicated you believe that's mainly distribution, or what else did you say? It's not typically generation, but it's distribution or.
Yeah, in section 440.8, section 1, A, B, C, it identifies the type of projects: transmission, distribution lines, plant, facility, or systems exclusive of generation facilities, which have an estimated cost to the utility under the uniform system accounts of 1 million or more. And then in section C, it talks about any addition to or repair or replacement of or improvement of any electric generation facility, which will have an estimated cost to the utility under the uniform system of accounts of $2 million or more on a total company basis. In subsection D, it talks about substantial system characteristic improvements involving a change in operating voltage of electric line. Substantial system characteristic improvements involving reconductoring, rephasing of electric lines, resulting in a length of 2 miles or more. So that's kind of an example of the type of projects.
Okay, I'd like the record to reflect. Good morning, Commissioner Ellison. That Commissioner Ellison has joined our hearing. So in reviewing this rule, and I know it was just updated at the end of December of last year. So there's no guarantee or request to collect money on this particular filing. Is that correct, Mr. Fenton?
I agree that a 440 filing is more of a informational filing. And
Okay,
the prudence of the projects are determined in a rate case.
and there's limited notice. So I'm just wondering then, for example, if I noted in your application that P&M, or in the testimony and application, that P&M had identified, I think, 10 or 12 different sites where potentially the battery storage might be applicable. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Warner identified other sites. I think Mr. McIntosh also talked about various sites, and maybe Mr. Jones even to a certain degree, but certainly these are the first two of could be additional battery distribution projects that we would install on other feeders to alleviate constraints and also support the system and provide for resource adequacy. So I agree with you that there's other potential projects following this one.
Well, and what my question has to do with is that if, as has been requested by the company and recommended by staff, that the commission establish some kind of expedited review process that is less than, that has less potential requirements than a CCN proceeding would have. And even to go so far as staff's recommendation that the commission establish a policy decision in this case, that these henceforth, these filings would be considered to be in the ordinary course of business. All P&M or any other utility with a similarly situated project would have to do is file a 440, correct?
If it was determined that this type of project, specifically this type of project on a distribution system, was determined in the ordinary course of business, similar to substations or transformers or other distribution projects, I agree that we would have to file a 440. Staff would also have to review that 440. They would have the opportunity, if they thought there was something unique about this project that required a CCN, for example, they would have the opportunity to inform the commission of that. There would also be, similar to this project, we're not asking for rate making treatment in this particular application. The rate making treatment was in the rate case. It was the subject of a recent discussion during the rate case that commenced on September 5th. So there certainly would still be the opportunity to review the prudence of the investment at a later date, just like there is substations, transformers, and other distribution projects. 440s account for a lot of projects and dollars. So this wouldn't be really unique in that regard.
And I was surprised actually once I was assisted yesterday by Ms. Sandoval, our Records Bureau Chief, and how to appropriately search for 440s. And I found and started to review some of P&M's 440s. I was actually surprised. I guess I thought it would be more, in my mind, I thought 440s would relate to lesser dollar items, $1 million here or, 2 million here. But one of the first ones I looked at was a substation, I believe, Prosperity substation, and I think it was over $40 million. that got filed in that 440. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you know,
Yes, I'm subject to check. I believe that is correct. I'm familiar with projects. I know since this rule was changed and there's the requirement that the commissioners be notified for projects over $8 million. I review Pnm's 440s, most of them, and I'm familiar with projects that certainly have exceeded that $8 million threshold. And that's why these projects, like this project, these two distribution batteries are $25.844 million. That's not really out of the norm for a 440, whether you're talking about Pnm or SPS or El Paso Electric. And I think the 440 process, there are a lot of advantages to it. Certainly there are dollars, but and the prudence, as I said earlier, the prudence is still can be determined in a rate case. But when a utility is investing in capital, if you were filing a CCN application for every one of these CCN applications, as we're having a hearing today, there's discovery, there's hearing, to the 440, making an informational filing is administratively expedient for the commission in my mind. So this 440 process has been around the commission for as long as I can remember being in regulatory. And I think there are certainly advantages to it. And we think there may be for these type of distribution projects too, that it's not that the commission would lose control or the ability to review them later for prudence, but it would eliminate, having to have full-blown cases. What we have found in this case is there's a lot of support for these batteries. As you could see, we were trying to vacate the hearing because everybody's supportive of it. We did a significant amount of outreach, and it was amazing how some parties that aren't even parties to the case that we talked to about these batteries, they were very excited about what Pnm was doing with these distribution batteries. So we want the ability to be able to do more of it and do it timely because we think it's a great opportunity. It's a win-win for both the company and for the transition to renewables. So we're really excited about these projects, and that's why we'd like the 440.
and again, I'm just trying to understand exactly what it is that the company, I see two major parts to your application. One is your actual application for this project, but then a significant part is how to deal with these in the future, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain here is if the commission were to consider, and I'm not saying at this point that I think that's even appropriate, but just trying to find out what you see as an appropriate way to deal with these projects. And it's not just the money. I'm also concerned about the notice, Mr. Fenton. If my understanding of your testimony and the Pnm witness testimony in this case, at least one of these facilities only has one family within a mile of it. And the other facility, based on the testimony, didn't necessarily, I don't remember the specific amount of people that were around it. But since you've identified these other facilities, I can only surmise that some of these facilities might be in areas where there are, significant populations who might want to opine on having battery storage units in their neighborhood, especially depending on how big these facilities are. And so I'm just concerned that if you get away from the notice requirement, like what was required in the CCN case, and go to a 440, no notice to the neighbors about what's happening, that might be problematic. What do you think?
Well, Ms. Hurst, you're making a good point about the notice. And one of the things I would say is the way we presented it, both in the application and in my testimony, is that if the commission decided that it wasn't in the ordinary course of business and a CCN application is appropriate, that the CCN application be addressed, timely. And I would commend the commission and you in this case, you are addressing it timely. We asked for an expedited process of like 6 months. My experience with CCNs, they can be up to 9. The typical time for a CCN is 9 months. For good cause, they can be extended to 15 months. And we feel like for a project like this, and it looks like we're on track for this one to have a order by hopefully before the end of the year, or maybe even before the end of November, that would be close to 7 months. So after we've went through one of these, a CCN itself, if you don't have objections and you go through the customer notice part of it and then have a hearing like this or have no hearing, a CCN can be addressed in 6 months. So I think what I tried to say in my testimony and what we articulated in the application is if a CCN is required going forward, that it be handled in an expeditious manner in 6 months or less. So that's what we're saying, I guess, or if it's handled through a 440, it would be even quicker. But there's some testimony from Mr. Jones, and maybe mostly Mr. Jones, that talks about the market that's out there today with batteries. And like on this project, how we had to put forward, I think Mr. Jones' testimony says we spent $5.4 million to just be able to procure this battery and have a hold on the battery and for the developer to put us in the queue. So we had to put skin in the game before we had approval. So that's another reason we want really timely approval, and we would like the 440, but if a CCN is required, we want it to be expedited, because if there's a lengthy time to wait, then the company's at risk. We're having to we're making investments without even knowing if the project's going to be approved. So Mr. Jones could talk about that a little bit more, but that was certainly an issue in this project. We made a decision before we even knew who was going to intervene in the case and whether it was controversial. We thought this project was important enough to invest company capital, and we put down $5.4 million to preserve our right to have access to these batteries.
Okay. Let's go on and I'd like to find out. I know when you're introducing the other witnesses and you're talking about the purposes for and the benefits of this particular project, you keep coming back to the number of pending interconnection applications that you have. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one element. I mean, certainly one of the benefits are these 2 feeders that the batteries will be on were constrained. And in Mr. Warner's testimony, he specifically identifies how many applications we have on those feeders that we weren't able to process for distributed generation. So that's one of the benefits. He also has a table that identifies several of the other benefits, but certainly one of them, a big issue with the past commissions, and I say commissions in plural, has been some of these feeders that have been constrained, that have limited our ability to put distributed generation on the feeders.
And you reference, sir, don't you, beginning on page 5 of your testimony, the question posed at line 19, how did P&M arrive at the BESS project as a necessary and desirable component of P&M's distribution system? And you began on line 21 talking about the increase resulting in what you describe as overcapacity on several of the distribution feeders. And then you cite 3 commission cases where that, continuing on to page 6 of your testimony, case 20-00171, 21-00112, and 21-00266. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Those three cases, the 20-00171, it was an inquiry into interconnection policies. The 21-00112 was related to adoption of rules pursuant to the Community Solar Act, and 21-00266 was related to interconnection standards and updating the interconnection manual. And certainly this issue with feeders came up in all three of those cases.
And the size is 6 megawatts on each of these feeders. If you know, Mr. Fenton, is that going to be large enough to totally eliminate the backlog of interconnection requests at both of those feeders?
I think that'd be a better question for Mr. Warner. It's my understanding that it is. I know there was an analysis done to determine for these two feeders what the appropriate capacity was. And I think several factors were taken into account in determining the 6 megawatts. But I would probe that a little bit more with Mr. Warner on the size and the determination of the size and the backlog. But my understanding is the 6 megawatts was determined based on an analysis that included many factors.
Okay. On page 7 of your testimony, you're answering a question posed at lines 8 and 9. Does the BESS project provide system-wide benefits to all P&M customers? You began your answer at line 10 saying yes. And I have a question that begins on line 17. You say, furthermore, as discussed by witnesses McIntosh and Jones, the BESS project can be used to facilitate energy arbitrage when energy is sold off system to other users. So define for the record, Mr. Fenton, energy arbitrage.
Okay. In my mind, energy arbitrage with a storage facility would be taking energy that's is available on the system, storing it. That energy had a certain price tag on it, and then you use that energy at a later date, at a later time in the system for maybe during a peak period when prices are more expensive. So you could store energy at a low price during an off-peak period, and then you could provide energy to the system and benefit the system by providing the energy during a time of peak period when it's at a higher price. So basically you're arbitraging the price by taking advantage of the storage. The energy arbitrage component was really analyzed in some detail by Mr. McIntosh. He could probably give you a better definition. He actually quantified some of the benefits related to energy arbitrage on the system related to these projects, but that's my basic understanding of it. But the details of how these batteries would be used to arbitrage prices is explained in detail in Mr. McIntosh's testimony.
Well, as the Executive Director of Regulatory and Policy and Case Management, do the proposed benefits of the project. So far we've heard about alleviating overcapacity. You have testified about potential energy arbitrage. You go on page 8. You're still answering that same question posed on page 7. At lines 1 and 2, you say the BESS project will also provide an added measure of resiliency to Pnm's overall system while providing improved reliability at a more localized level. So you have indicated there's more than one benefit, you and the Pnm witnesses. As the director, is one benefit more important than the other?
I don't know if one's more, I wouldn't necessarily say one's more important than others. I would refer you to Mr. Warner's testimony on page 15 of his direct. He put together a table, Pnm table OW1, that lists several benefits about adding resource capacity, system capacity, any energy arbitrage, voltage regulation, frequency regulation, renewable curtailment reduction, operational flexibility, reducing carbon emissions. And he attempts on there to quantify some of those benefits. So it gets to be a question is one more important than the other? Is it about dollars, or is it about carbon emissions reduction? Is it about operational flexibility? I think they're all important. And one of the beauties of this project is it has several benefits. That table is a table you might want to discuss with Mr. Warner, because it identifies all the benefits.
It would help if I could read it.
Yeah, I'm with.
What font is that? Like a 6?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm going to talk with him about the tiny. If I can't read it, you might not want to put it in the testimony rule.
Yeah.
Tiny font, but no, I get your point that they're all important and it's a package. But before I get away from this, you want to define resiliency for the record, please? In the context of your answer on page 8, lines 1 and 2.
Let me just read that sentence real quick.
All right, sir.
Yeah. When I think about resilience, I think about, there's reliability and there's resilience. I think about resilience as bringing the system back. Like if there's an outage, how fast you bring it back, how resilient your system is to getting back online. That's how I look at resilience, which is a little bit different than reliability. Mr. Warner, who's the director of distribution engineering, could probably give you a better answer or a more detailed answer than I did. But I've always thought of resiliency as the ability of a system to respond to adverse conditions. How fast your system responds to an adverse condition.
Okay. Sir, moving on to page 9 of your testimony, the question posed at line 8, what is the current status of the BESS project? Do you have any updates?
Well, let me look at this. With regard to the RFP, my understanding, Mr. Jones is the expert on the RFP, but I understand that we did go out for an RFP, was issued approximately in early September for the construction phase of it. I think bids are due the latter part of October. So we're on track in terms of getting a contractor on board. We're on track. We still anticipate, assuming timely approval, we anticipate these 2 batteries being in service by the summer of 2024. In terms of the project cost, it's my understanding that we're still on track for the estimate that we have of 25.844. Nothing has changed in that regard, but we did issue the RFP that was referred to in my testimony. And Mr. Jones could give you a better probably a more thorough update than that on the details, but that's my understanding.
You've indicated on page 9 that the equipment contractor is it Powen?
That's my,
P-O-W-I.
yes, I have not worked with the contractor. That's my understanding of the pronunciation. Mr. Jones has been the person that issued the RFP and negotiated the contract with Powen. He could, yes.
Okay, has to your knowledge, has P&M worked with that contractor before?
That'd be a better question for Mr. Jones.
Okay. I just realized that I did not give the parties the opportunity to ask you any questions before. Because I figured that they didn't have any because they wanted to vacate the hearing. So don't worry, parties, you'll get the chance to ask any questions of Mr. Fenton here shortly. Okay, then further on page 11, you're talking about the Commission Rule 580. That even though you indicate on page 11, the question posed at lines 8 through 10 is the application of the Commission's cost overrun rule in 17.3.580 NMAC to the estimated cost of the BESS project reasonable. And you're answering beginning on line 11 saying yes, that although it applies to electric generating plant, the BESS project will provide system capacity as do generation plant additions. That's correct?
That's correct. Yeah, as we talked earlier, this consists of two 6-megawatt projects. So it certainly has the ability, one of the benefits in that table I was talking about of Mr. Warner's was resource capacity and resource to assist with resource adequacy. So it is similar to the generation plant that is described in Rule 580.
And then further on in your testimony on page 12, the question posed at line 10, does the BESS project qualify for any federal tax credits? You begin the answer saying by, as discussed by Mr. Jones, P&M is structuring the project with the intention that it could potentially qualify for up to a 30% investment tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Why is it potentially? Why can't you say yes or no?
Well, it
does qualify or it doesn't? Go
I'm
ahead, sir.
not a tax expert, but I have talked to our director of the tax group here at P&M about the ITC credit under the Inflation Reduction Act. And my understanding is that we need to make sure it meets certain requirements in the Inflation Reduction Act, like on the type of project. You also need to make sure there's a requirement related to wage and apprenticeship requirements, for example. So we need to assure when we go out with the construction of this project that we're meeting those requirements. So as we talked earlier, we haven't got into the construction phase of this project. I know when I'm referring to Mr. Jones, and he could talk to you more about this, I know when we went out with the RFP, we're trying to make sure that this project does meet all the requirements in the Inflation Reduction Act to qualify for that 30% investment tax credit. So we won't know until we're a little further along in the project that we've met all the requirements. that's why that's why I think the word potentially is being used.
Then further, Mr. Fenton, your testimony on page 18, question posed at line 16, does the BESS project consistent with Pnm's most recent integrated, is it consistent with Pnm's most recent IRP? And you've indicated in your answer beginning at line 18 that yes, it is. And you refer to page 116 of that IRP, where it was noted our analysis considers 4-hour lithium-ion batteries as options to meet future capacity and flexibility needs in our portfolio, both as standalone projects and paired with solar PV as hybrid project. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is this particular project lithium ion?
No, it's a little bit different chemistry. I think it's lithium iron phosphate, which you could talk probably to Mr. Jones a little more about it, because as you said earlier, he talks about the fire safety, but it's a slightly different chemistry than the lithium ion. But the concept of the battery and the 4-hour duration and all of that, I believe, is the same. I'm certainly not the battery expert to get into as we talked, my degree's in chemical engineering, but I haven't studied the chemistry of these batteries, but I believe it's lithium phosphate.
Were you the witness or a witness in the IRP case?
I was not.
Do you know whether or not the IRP considered any other battery technology other than lithium ion in the IRP?
I don't know specifically. I believe it has. I think even now when we're running through public advisory process, there's discussion of various battery technologies. I mean, I've been part of different IRP meetings where we talk about various technologies for batteries. They're evolving. I know the technology is evolving for battery storage. So Pnm is looking at various technologies. So we're getting ready to file another IRP. I think our next IRP is due like December 15th of this year. And there will be a section in our IRP, presumably talking about the different types of technology.
I just wondered if, like I say, if there was a specific consideration in the IRP of battery technology other than lithium ion.
I believe there was, but I didn't review that in preparation for this hearing.
Mr. Verheuel, please consider that a bench request. I'd like to know specifically whether or not the IRP considered any battery technology in case number 21-00033 other than the lithium ion battery that was testified to on page 18 by Mr. Fenton.
Understood.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, Mr. Fenton, you're describing the outreach process concerning the BESS project on page 19, and in your table MF-2, you talk about stakeholder meetings and who participated. That's correct, sir?
That's correct.
Were there any other consumer or individuals that had access to these meetings And how did you notice these meetings?
We noticed them through a meeting notice. We sent an email with a meeting notice, is my recollection of how we noticed. I believe I called some of them too. You look at the list here, and there's some that aren't interveners in the case. For example, REIA, Soltage, Exponential Engineering. Some of those, when we sent our meeting notice, it got forwarded to others. We welcomed anybody that was interested. My recollection is we used a relatively broad list when we had the stakeholder meetings.
Did you do any kind of like, I don't know, putting, putting the notice in a publication or posting it on some other kind of like bulletin board type things that would attract, for example, other participants than the ones you had, primarily, groups that represent lower income groups or specific community groups?
Not specifically for these type of stakeholder meetings. As you're very aware, for the customer notice itself, it goes out to a much broader audience. I mean, the notice of this case itself went into 4 newspapers, for example, the Albuquerque Journal, the Alamogordo News, the Las Cruces Sun News, the Union County Leader, I believe. But for the purposes of this stakeholder invite, it was more to educate folks on this upcoming project, see if they have any questions. We were really trying to reach out to people that we thought would intervene in this case, so that in advance of the filing, we would be able to address any concerns they had. A broader outreach is the kind of outreach we do, like in the IRP, there's a public advisory process. Energy efficiency, there's a broad public advisory process. This was really targeted at stakeholders that our experience told us would be interested in this particular type of application and that we're likely to intervene in the application. So the answer to your question is no, we didn't, advertise it in that way. And we typically don't for these type of stakeholder meetings, but certainly the notice itself goes out to a much broader group.
I'd like to look at your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Fenton, and just generally looking at your direct and your rebuttal and the witness's other testimony. In the world of P&M projects, is this considered a small project?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it real small. It's a $25.8 million project. On the other hand, I wouldn't consider it of the magnitude of our San Juan replacement resource projects, which are different, or our Palo Verde replacement resources that have much larger batteries, in the range of 150 megawatts or even 300 megawatts or 50 megawatts. It's not that size. It's, for a distribution project, it's a reasonably sized project.
I'd like to look at page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Fenton. It's section 3, the energy arbitrage analysis. And you're answering the question posed beginning at line 16. Please comment on CCAE witness Kenny's proposal to require P&M to update the 2021 study by including an energy arbitrage analysis before the BESS are put into service. And so you begin your answer on line 20. And you're talking about relying on estimated prices, the best data given at the time, because P&M had just joined the capital EIM around the time the analysis was performed. And then you continue on line 6 to say that the P&M witness, Mr. McIntosh, provides a comparison of the interpolated nodal prices. You want to define that for the record?
I would rather that he defined it. I really just.
It's in your testimony, Mr. Fenton. But if you want me to refer that to Mr. McIntosh, I will.
I think it would be better. I mean, in a broad sense, what I'm referring to here is the energy imbalance market, as you were referring to. We talked earlier about energy arbitrage and the pricing arbitrage. When Mr. McIntosh did his analysis of what the benefits may be related to these batteries, he did it based on prices at certain nodal points, or I guess certain points in our system, what those prices would be. And we joined the Western energy imbalance market like in April of 2021. So what he was trying to do, I think, in the amount of time that we had allotted to prepare the rebuttal testimony, is rather than do a comprehensive study, he was trying to do a more truncated study to establish what the benefits would be related to energy arbitrage or pricing. And what I was trying to say in my testimony is he's done it, he's updated it. He doesn't think a more detailed analysis would really change his conclusion that there are benefits from these batteries related to pricing arbitrage. But what I tried to emphasize is that that's not the only benefit. Kind of gets back to the table I was referring to earlier with Mr. Warner. There are several benefits. So trying to determine this energy arbitrage benefit right down to the last decimal point probably isn't that important in the scheme of things, because there are several benefits related to this battery project. So the analysis itself, I certainly would refer to Mr. McIntosh. That was the entire focus essentially of his rebuttal testimony.
And that's a nice segue into actually the next question that I had, because it almost seems as if you're arguing the alternative, which I've always found that concept to be very troubling. Because it's like, oh, well, here's one of the benefits is that it could be used in this energy arbitrage scenario. But even if we don't use it, it's okay because there's all these other benefits. Seems to be what you're saying. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's exactly what I was trying to say. What we were trying to say is it's not that important to know exactly what the benefits are related to energy arbitrage, because even if you have all the data in the world related to EIM, you still don't know what the prices are going to be in the future. You don't know exactly what they're going to be. So what I was trying to say is that's certainly one of the benefits. We did the best job we could in trying to quantify that benefit. And it's one of many, many benefits related to these projects. But what we're trying to say is it's not that important, that you're never going to get that number perfect, right? Because the prices are going to change for a variety of reasons. So whether you're considering the EIM prices or just what's happening out in the market at the time in 2 years, 3 years from now, the prices are going to change.
All right, sir. And then also I'd like to ask you about your testimony on page 7 of your rebuttal, the question beginning at line 12 through 15. Do you agree with staff's recommendation that the commission should make a determination of what constitutes the ordinary course of business for for utility BESS projects like the one in this application? Your answer begins on line 16. You say yes. Staff witness Sidler recommends that the commission make a determination of the point that these installations will be considered in the ordinary course of business. And the whole point of that determination, I think you go on to talk about on page 8 and the CCN requirement under 62.9.1 is that if the commission were to make such a determination about ordinary course, then that would obviate the need for a CCN filing. Is that correct, Mr. Fenton?
That is correct. If it was deemed in the ordinary course of business, we could make filings like we do for other distribution level projects that we talked about earlier. That would be a 440 informational filing, subject to staff review, subject to future prudency in a rate case.
And do you believe that if the commission were to make this kind of determination in this case, that it would be applicable to any utility that filed a similarly situated project, or do you think that it would only be P&M specific?
I think it would probably depend on the language in your recommended decision and ultimately the commission's order as to what it would apply to and what future similar projects meant. I think the language in the order would probably carry the weight of what it ultimately applied to.
Well, since this appears to be a commission policy decision that might be applicable to other utilities, don't you think that it's more appropriate to make that kind of determination in a case where all the other utilities and potential interested parties were actually noticed about the specific policy?
Well, I think you could make it very specific. I think you could narrow the scope of what it applied to by saying it's for distribution battery projects similar to this one. I mean, similar to this one, for example, these are 2 6-megawatt projects on 2 distribution feeders. So you could narrow the scope of what it applies to by specifically referring to this. For example, it would not include, battery projects related to San Juan replacement resources. Those are much larger projects. They're not necessarily on the distribution feeders. So you could, through your recommended decision in the order, I think you could talk about what this project pertained to, which was 2 6-megawatt projects specifically to a feeder. It's specifically to a distribution feeder, if you were to do that.
I don't think you answered my question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? I may not have. I apologize.
Well, I'm just asking you whether or not you think that a policy determination by the commission that is potentially applicable to all utilities isn't better served to be made in a proceeding where the specific policy is noticed to not only the potential entities it applies to, but any other interested parties who might want to participate in that case.
I can certainly see that perspective. I mean, one of the places you might be able to do it, Commissioner Ellison and the commission has, opened up a rulemaking related to distribution planning and grid mod. And, there's discussions in there about various distribution elements to planning. You might be able to to discuss, you might be able to provide a provision in there that would allow for input on whether a distribution project like this, because this is a distribution project, whether a distribution project like this was appropriate and in the ordinary course of business, and whether in the future a CCN application wasn't required. You know, I don't want it to make it look like P&M was trying to skirt the CCN rule, because we clearly asked for a CCN here. We were just trying to say that, you know, there's going to be more of these, or could be several more of these type of projects. And it may be in both the commission's interests, staff's interest, the party's interest, to be able to do a more expedited informational type of filing, so we don't have to have a large case for every one of them. But I do see your perspective about the notice, Ms. Hurst. It's a good perspective.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Fenton, you know, if the shoe is on the other foot and this was another utility that was asking for some kind of policy determination by the commission outside of a specific case where all utilities were notified and all interested parties were notified, and have the opportunity to weigh in, how P&M would feel that the commission was making a policy determination in a one utility specific case. I don't know.
Well, I think we would probably be supportive of, you know, of something like this that would be trying to take it rather than a CCN case to a 440 informational filing, but it would depend on the circumstances of the policy. For this particular one, if it was another utility doing it, I think we would be supportive of it.
All right, sir, I think that's the questions that I had for you. I think since before I asked the commissioners, did any party have any questions of Mr. Fenton?
No
Not
questions,
hearing.
Madam Hearing.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Ducelia. Ms. Regensburg, any questions from staff?
No questions from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yar?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Aguilar, do you have any questions, sir?
Sure, I can ask one question. I think I might have some questions that I, through listening to this discussion, think might be better for Mr. Warner, but I have one that is potentially good for Mr. Fenton, and Mr. Fenton, please let me know if I should ask somebody else instead. Just from a policy perspective, in looking at the statute 6291D, I could see how a lot of battery energy storage projects would be able to meet some of these considerations that the commission is required to take into account, such as reducing the use of fossil fuels, looking at grid reliability, supporting diversification, reducing greenhouse gases. The one that I think is a bit more difficult is the seventh criteria, which is looking at whether the project is the most cost-effective among feasible alternatives. And so that's where I'm focused on a little bit right now. And so I wanted to see if I am, well, I guess the question is, at the time P&M has identified the feeders that it is going to pursue for upgrading with the BESS. But prior to issuing the RFP, does PNM have a good idea or estimate of how much the projects would cost?
That probably is a better question, maybe for Jason Jones, actually, Commissioner Aguilera.
Jones?
I believe the answer is we certainly have an idea. You know, when you're comparing alternatives, especially after this, right? We went out with an RFP, so it's a changing market. I think there are different levels when you go out when you formally go out for an RFP, the bidders are having to commit. But I think there are also ways that you might explore with Mr. Jones that you can also solicit interest from a vendor, for example, and get kind of a, for lack of a better term, an indicative price. You can look at other cases potentially. You can look at other RFPs that we had in other dockets. So that is a better question for Mr. Jones. But I think before we actually have the detailed results, we have a pretty good sense of what the price is going to be.
Okay. I appreciate that response. Let me just take a quick look to see if I want to ask another question. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Fenton, and thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguilar. Commissioner Ellison, did you have any questions, sir, for Mr. Fenton?
Yes, please. I do have a few questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Fenton.
Morning, Commissioner Ellison.
Mr. Fenton, is this the first distribution scale battery storage project that PNM has applied for?
This is the first one we've applied for of this nature, yes. Mr. Warner talks about a project that we implemented some time ago called Prosperity Works. That was a long time ago. He'd be better to describe that. But in terms of this type of distribution project, I believe the answer is yes, other than that one exception that's in Mr. Warner's testimony.
Okay. But you're already asking for a policy determination that future projects like this should not be considered, should not be required to have a CCN?
Well, really I know we've talked about this quite a bit, Mr. Ellison or Commissioner Ellison. What we were asking for is an expedited process in this case, and we're appreciating the commission is handling this. For this one, we think a CCN is required. We footnoted in the application that you could consider this a distribution level project that's similar to other distribution level projects that require a 440. So this application, we clearly are asking for a CCN. If the commission can handle these type of applications in an expedited manner in the future, like you are here, maybe a little slightly faster, like under 6 months, that's what we're asking for.
This project could be considered a non-wires alternative distribution investment. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know, given that, I do think it's appropriate that we're considering this as a requiring a CCN, and because it seems that we're getting into grid modernization territory here, and given that, this is really first of its kind, wouldn't it seem reasonable to get some information about how this project is performing as compared to expectations before we make some policy determination that a review is not required of future similar projects?
Well, we certainly agree for this one that a CCN is required. We asked for a CCN, so we're absolutely in agreement on that. And in future ones, I think it is a commission determination. We certainly, I agree with you, Commissioner Ellison. We are trying to learn more about how these batteries work on the distribution system. We're trying to learn more about the operational characteristics of the battery, and whether a policy decision needs to be made now that an informational filing is appropriate, or maybe down the road. I think that's a commission decision.
And you did bring up the pending grid modernization and integrated distribution planning rulemaking. As you mentioned, I believe we've had one workshop, informal workshop, and we'll continue these. Given that a policy like this would affect all stakeholders, wouldn't it be more appropriate to consider a policy change on whether distribution level battery systems would require a CCN in that grid modernization rulemaking, so that all parties have a chance to give their thoughts on it?
I think that's a reasonable approach. I mentioned it earlier. I think it is. I think that is a reasonable approach, because certainly today, 62.9-1D specifically talks about CCNs for energy storage systems. So I think that is something that could be discussed in that rulemaking. I agree with you, Commissioner Ellison.
And just in terms of the Form 440, my experience with it is that I've never received a staff report on these Form 440s that say, for example, analyzes, here's what we got in calendar year 2022. These are the types of projects, and this much was spent on substations, this much was spent on other items. So really the only information that I'm personally seeing is if a project is over, I think it's $8 million, I'm getting a direct email from Pnm on it. So on one hand, it would seem like there would be less risk to Pnm if you seek a CCN approval, because as you've said, if you simply make the investment and then we review for prudency, we're certainly, from my perspective, more likely to grant prudency if we've been through that CCN review. There's more risk on Pnm side if you just do the project without having gone through a process like this. Would you agree with that?
Well, partially. I would agree from a regulatory perspective. If a CCN is granted, there's certainly less risk in a rate case of recovery, so long as the costs are what we projected in the CCN application. The flip side of that, and it's discussed in Jason Jones' testimony a little bit, is for these particular type of projects, for a 6 megawatt battery project like in this example, PNM had to pony up, lack of a better term. We had to put money up. We had to put $5.9 million up just to be able to procure CCNs in the future. What we're trying to emphasize in this market today, and as you know, Commissioner Ellison, 6 megawatts, not a huge battery. There's, vendors are looking at even bigger projects where they potentially have more at stake. For these projects, in order to get the battery, get the developer to concentrate on it, they want you to make a commitment. And in this case, we had to make a commitment. We didn't know whether we had approval or not. So it's kind of double-edged there. Certainly, you're making a good point that once you have the CCN in hand, cost recovery is more certain than just making a 440 informational filing. I agree with that. There is the other part of it, though.
And the $6 million down payment you mentioned, is that included in the $25 million estimate for final project cost?
Yes, it is.
It is part of it. Okay. So this is a non-wires alternative project. So what's the main problem that this project is seeking to address?
I would go back, and you may probe that more with Omni as the director of distribution engineering. But if you go back to the table in his testimony, there's several things it's trying to address. Certainly one is the constraint on the feeders, where we have feeders that are constrained, that we're not able to add distribution energy resources to. That's one of them. There's other benefits related to operational flexibility. It does add 12 megawatts to the system, so it adds resource capacity. It provides for various ancillary type of services for voltage regulation, frequency regulation. It can potentially help with renewable curtailment on certain feeders.
Right. I understand those are a list of possible benefits, but with a non-wires alternative project, generally, my understanding is that there's some problem that you're seeking to solve, and doing a traditional, adding another feeder or increasing the capacity of existing feeders is a more expensive option. So on these feeders specifically, are these two feeders saturated with DG solar?
Yes, they are. And Mr. Warner, he's coming up right after me. He can go into detail. His testimony describes that they are saturated, that we're not able to add distributed generation to the feeders. So I would refer to him specifically to discuss with you the specific issues for these two feeders and what alternatives he looked at besides this one.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll go into more detail with him about the two feeders. PNM would own and operate these two batteries. Is that correct?
Yes, these two we would.
And there clearly are different ways you can operate a battery, different priorities. You could prioritize this energy arbitrage that you've been speaking about. You could operate them as peaker plants. You could use them to, I don't know if there's curtailment, PV curtailment on these two facilities where they'll be co-located, but certainly they could help alleviate that. If there is, they could regulate voltage on the feeder, but sometimes you can't do all of those at the same time. You have to prioritize. So I'm wondering what would be Pnm's priority in how they actually operate these batteries.
I think that would also, I hate to defer, but Mr. Warner would be a better witness to discuss that with, and he's next. One of the things we're trying to do is, this is our first 2 batteries on the distribution system that look like this. And one of the things we're trying to do is learn more about operating these batteries on the distribution system. So exactly how to use them, how to dispatch them, how to charge them, I think is some of the learnings we're hoping to get from these 2 batteries. But Mr. Warner, I know, has some thoughts on that question. So I don't want to take away his thunder or misrepresent.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Fenton. I think those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Mr. Berhule, any redirect for Mr. Fenton?
I have no redirect at this time, Madam Hearing Examiner. However, if you'd like a verbal response to the bench request you issued earlier, I can provide that. Otherwise, we can just file something at a later time.
Let me get, is it something that the witness needs to verify?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Any questions from the parties based on the my questions or the commissioner's questions? Hearing no response. And there being no redirect, Mr. Fenton, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Appreciate it as always. You're very thorough.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Verhule, if you want to give me the oral response to the bench request, go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. On, well, so this is in docket number 21-00033-UT. That was Pnm's last IRP. In the IRP report itself, on pages 35 and then pages 37 to 38, Pnm did indeed discuss not only different types of battery technologies, we discussed flow batteries, for example, but in addition to using batteries for storage, Pnm also discussed and considered different technologies for storage other than batteries.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And Melissa, it's about time to take a 10-minute recess.
Sure,
Okay.
seems prudent.
I have (10:45). We will come back at 10:55, and I believe Mr. Warner will be the next witness. Just remember, unless you somehow turn your mic off or your video off, the YouTube will continue streaming. So we're recessed for 10 minutes. Thank you.
General liabilities.
Okay. I think there you are, Melissa.
Yeah,
Are we ready to go back on the record?
Absolutely.
Okay, very well. Let's do that. And Mr. Berhule, you have another witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, shall I call him at this time?
Yes, please.
Madam Hearing Examiner, before we call him, Mr. Metzger, our case manager, sent out P&M Exhibit 4A to the entire service list. I don't know if you have seen that in your email.
I see it. And basically it is the table from table 1 for Mr. Warner.
It is, Madam Hearing Examiner. It is substantively exactly the same, but it's larger.
Comparatively speaking, I
To
I
what
just
sen-
pulled it up on the screen, but
Okay.
I did not try to print it or anything. No, I appreciate that. I just note for future reference, like I say, I kind of, and perhaps, it's my advanced age, but it's like, I really have difficulty when people try to shrink things down to fit them on the page. And they're so tiny that I have to get this out to read them. It's just
Absolutely.
not as effective, but
Absolutely. It's important.
thank
everyone.
Mr. Metzger to do that.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, P&M calls Omni Warner.
And I just refresh. Mr. Gisalen, refresh me. Your witness needs to be gone from 1:30 to 3:30.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that is correct.
Okay, all right. I just have one question for him. I don't know if the commissioners have questions for him. So I just want to make sure that we get him in. I see calling him after Mr. Warner, just so we get him in. If you can make that happen, Mr. Gisalen.
Yes, we can do that, certainly.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Verhule.
P&M calls Omni Warner.
Hello there, Mr. Warner.
Good morning.
You need to turn there you are.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Very good.
Why am I showing Mr. Fenton's gonna need to come off my Zoom? I'm still showing him on the Zoom.
Yeah, Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry. We left the P&M witness computer in Albuquerque on. Mr. Warner's on my screen. I can see him.
Oh, okay. So you just left that screen because you're gonna have another witness on that screen.
Or in case you recall, Mr. Fenton, we didn't want to log it out just on the odd chance.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Melissa, if you would swear in Mr. Warner.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Warner, good afternoon where you are. Please state your name and job title.
I'm Nye Warner. I'm the Director of the Distribution Engineering and Grid Modernization.
And do you have before you what's been labeled PNM Exhibit 4?
I do.
What is that?
My direct testimony, which was filed on May 3rd of 2023.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, they're not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
They would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this point, I move to admit PNM Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 4, Mr. Warner's testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 4 is admitted. Mr. Verheuel?
I offer the witness for cross-examination or questioning at this time.
Very well. Do any of the parties have any questions for Mr. Warner? No. Okay.
No.
Mr. Warner, I want to welcome.
Thank you.
I want to I don't know if you were listening on the YouTube, but I have at least 3 questions that Mr. Fenton is going to pay you to answer.
Very well.
And I think that Commissioner Ellison, this was one of his questions also, and he may want to have you expound on this. So Commissioner, feel free if I haven't posed the question exactly correct, but I think the topic had to do with your table OW1 and the proposed uses or benefits that is being alleged for this BES project, and whether or not among those there was going to be a priority, or in my mind, a pecking order of uses of the potential uses that PNM would choose based on circumstance, or if you've already made that determination.
Sure. So we can walk through that table if you want, but I can summarize it and then we can expand on it in any other details that you want to know. So probably the first thing is to maybe understand what's occurring by high penetration of DERs on distribution systems. And this has been studied by the DOE and by NREL and others. So there's papers we can go reference. But what occurs when we have high penetration of DERs on distribution feeders is we have actually voltage fluctuations. So that's one of the criteria. The other one that we often talk about is feeder capacity. And we frame it up when we say that feeders reach a solar saturation. So that's the amount of energy that can flow on a feeder at any one given time without overcapacitating components, might be transformers, conductors, breakers, or assets. So by adding the energy storage to a distribution feeder, we're able to do energy management and optimize what's occurring on the distribution feeder so that the feeder never operates outside of its constraints, but then also so that customer voltage, the supply voltage to customers, is within ANSI standards. So that's really the first optimization that occurs. And then the other benefits that are listed out are benefits that start stacking on top of that, that we may be able to actually add on top of the feeder optimization.
So then having the electric service reliability would be the main objective.
It is.
Is that?
Yep.
And what also tied into my question is one of the benefits is this backlog of interconnection requests. And I ask Mr. Fenton whether or not, so that's one of the benefits here, correct?
It is.
And with this size of project, are you going to be able to alleviate all of the that backlog of interconnection requests?
Yeah, so at the time that this application was filed, and I'll flip to my testimony so you can see the actual counts. We actually referenced it in the testimony. At the time of our application, and I'm on page 2 of my testimony if you want to see that section or where I reference this.
Okay.
Yep. So on the South Course feeder, there were 59 pending applications for solar interconnect. That totaled 391 kW on the South Course feeder.
I'm sorry,
That totaled,
okay.
I'm sorry, 391 kW. That's kilowatts. And then if you flip to page 3, there's the Tomei feeder, so line 2 and 3. On the Rio del Oro solar site, that's where the battery storage. So the Tomei 12 is the feeder. There were currently 28 pending solar interconnection requests, which totaled 165 kW of interconnections on that feeder. Now, so to answer your question, the battery storage will allow us to increment up additional customer solar or behind the meter solar, right? Our feeders, the planning criteria by which we're designing to, is the feeders will be able to carry up to 150% of the rating. They will be able to carry 150% interconnected solar. And the battery storage on the feeder will equal about 50% of the feeder rating. Okay, there is a point in time which we will have to build new feeders, but I'm framing up that that's really the criteria that we believe we're going to be able to carry up to. We may be able to increment a little bit above that. That's something we will learn through the installation of these batteries and doing a detailed hosting capacity analysis on each feeder. So
the answer is yes.
The answer to your question is these applications will be able to interconnect on this feed, on these 2 feeders.
Okay. And I believe the third area that I had to do with the existing solar on site.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Did P&M build it?
We did. So the solar sites, which we referenced in my testimony, the Rio del Oro solar site, and then I'll flip back. It's the South Valley solar site. Those are P&M owned solar facilities. They're 10 megawatts each. They were built under the RPS standards when we were complying with RPS standards. renewable
Oh.
portfolio standards.
And do you know why battery wasn't included with those solar when they were built?
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the history of solar, just even in the industry, solar was being introduced long before energy storage was in our discussions, right? And so these projects are, I could go look and tell you the exact date on them, but they date back, close to 10 years. So it's before utilities and really our industry was talking about integration of battery storage with solar. It's really more of a more modern discussion that's starting to enter into our investments. So.
Okay. Those were my 3 deferral questions. I guess I want to begin, Mr. Warner, with page 2 of your direct testimony. And you're answering the question posed on page 1, line 19. What is P&M requesting in this case? And you're answering that, like I say, continuing on page 2. And you provide the information at line 6 that 20 feeders are already hosting DG facilities, mostly solar, that in the aggregate exceed circuit capacity. That's your testimony?
It is.
And exceeding circuit capacity, is that the same thing as what has previously been described as the overcapacity issue on these feeders?
It is.
And are these, so the 2 feeders that are in this project are part of the 20, correct?
They are. That's correct.
And potentially, are you looking at, if this works out for you, trying to utilize the same solution for these other 18 feeders?
That is correct. Yes, we would.
And so potentially then you've already looked at these and disregarded the other potential options for this particular option. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say we disregarded. What we did is we went through an evaluation with the Burns & McDonnell team to determine feasibility of battery storage at relieving hosting capacity and allowing us to operate the feeders inside of the constraints. The feasibility study, we looked at a sampling of these feeders and the results on all of them came back favorable. And so that's signaling to us that this is a solution. And then if you go look at the table, we've gone through an evaluation to say, what are the alternatives of solving it? And we believe this is actually the most elegant and most cost-effective solution that delivers the highest benefit to customers.
But it's not the cheapest solution.
It may not be on the surface the cheapest, but in the total cost benefit, it is the highest benefit.
Okay, and I don't recall, I mean, I know that there was particular language chosen. That basically indicated to me that this wasn't the cheapest alternative, but it was the alternative, the most cost-effective alternative that provided the most benefits. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And looking at page 4 of your testimony, the question posed at line 11, do distribution feeders have standards and limitations on how much energy they can deliver? And you begin your answer on line 13 and you say yes. And I just had a question. On line 18, you say a P&M distribution feeder's hosting capacity is defined by the maximum peak power flow the feeder equipment can handle without risking impact to the power quality delivered to the customers or risking equipment failure. That's your testimony?
It is.
And what do you mean by power quality?
Yeah, that's what we referenced earlier when we were talking about the voltage that actually occurs. Mhm.
Okay. And then you continue on and you say the capacity of the 2 distribution feeders, the South Coors 12 and Tomei 12. Interesting, they are both 12s. What does that indicate?
Yeah, so this is kind of getting into how we name things. And so feeders have a name based on geographic, right? We determine a name. And then the first digit references the first transformer in the substation. And the second digit is the feeder, which is coming out of the substation. So it's just coincidence that they're both 12. So they're both the first transformer in the substation and they're the second feeder out of the substation. Just pure coincidence that they're both 12.
So it doesn't have anything to do with interconnection to a particular feeder or time frame or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so you're talking about the capacity, and then you go on to page 5 and you say covered in this application happen to both be 8.359 megawatts, correct?
That's correct.
So you're sizing a bit above when you're going with 12, when you're going with 6 apiece?
No, so the battery storage will be 6 megawatts. The feeder capacity is 8 megawatts. So the battery storage currently. So the battery storage is less than the feeder capacity.
Can it be said then if each is going to be 6? Well, the capacity. So the 8.359 is the capacity for each one separately, not
Correct.
Combined. Okay,
Correct. That's correct.
So if you're adding 6, then can you now say, if this gets approved and you implement this, that the feeder capacity then would be 14.359 per feeder?
No, the way we look at it is, so we look at a distribution feeder, which is composed of breakers, conductors that are on overhead lines. You'll have transformers, so switches, components. We look at all those components and we say, how much energy can we flow to the customer and back to the switch yard, right? So that's a two-way energy flow now. That's what's occurring when we start adding all of these DERs to the system. So when we look at those components, we say, where's the limiting factor such that what's the limiting on how much energy we can push through the line? And that max capacity is 8.3 megawatts. That's the max we can either flow to the customers or back to the switch yard. And now we're just adding a battery storage to the feeder. And the battery storage, you can think of it as a load and a generation source. It kind of acts in both sides. So at some point, you're actually flowing energy into the battery. And the fact it's coupled directly with the solar site, what we're really doing is taking the excess solar from this. When the excess solar would cause capacity issues on the feeder, we're storing it in the battery so that it doesn't over capacity the feeder itself. And then when we may have, you had a question.
No, I'm just trying to think then that really you're not increasing the capacity of the feeder at its maximum capacity. You're just making sure that it can achieve it potentially. Is that correct?
Without going over it. Because what happens sometimes today is we may have more solar than the capacity of the feeder, and the load is very low, and we're actually over capacitying the feeder. And so the battery storage gives us a controllable element that we can charge and discharge to manage the energy on the feeder such that we never overstress the equipment. We never go above the capacity of the equipment.
How does it your testimony on page 8, you're answering the question posed from page 7, line 8. Do you have an illustration of how increased DG on a distribution feeder impacts the system? And you say yes, and then you go on to the next page. And then at line 3, you say, and an additional 125 megawatts of solar DG are expected to be added to the Pnm distribution system during the initial phase of the implementation of community solar. That's your testimony?
It is.
Why did you put that in there, and what does it have to do? How does it relate to this project?
Yeah, so you're on, well, so you read the question on the bottom of page 8.
7.
Oh, I'm sorry, I flipped pages on you. Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
You're talking about, the DG feeder impacts, and why did all of a sudden you put community solar stuff in here?
Yeah, because what's occurring right now, and this is something we wanted to point out, is today we have 20 feeders in our system that are at solar saturation that need some form of battery storage to manage energy so that we don't have performance issues, customer delivery, those type of things we just talked about. With the installation of community solar, it's going to add another 125 megawatts to our distribution system. What we're saying is that's going to be roughly 10 more feeders that are going to be at solar saturation that would need some form of energy storage for energy management on those feeders as well. So we wanted to be really clear.
In addition to the 20?
Correct. That is correct. Now, we don't know where those feeders are at yet. We're working through the process. So and that's when we wrote the testimony, it was even earlier. So we couldn't signal exactly even geographically where they're at, but there's more solar coming to the system. As we integrate more solar, there's going to be need for more storage on the distribution system as well.
And these battery solutions are 20 years?
Yeah, the life cycle of the asset. They're 20-year asset. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm just wondering it sort of sounds like a temporary solution to me. Is that right?
I don't know that I think of them as temporary. Like a lot of our technologies today, we look at what the age of the asset and how long it lasts, and we build our depreciation schedules based off of that. And that's what we build in the rate structure. Like that's just and so this is one of those technologies going to constantly advance. We're going to invest in batteries that are going to last us 20 years. They're going to provide value to customers. Costs may come down, but they'll provide value. So we keep stacking all of the assets that provide value. When they depreciate out, we look at what the newer technology is and what's the next step at that point in time. So
I guess I'm just used to seeing for generation assets, oh, it's going to be 45 years. you know, or when they come into abandoned, you know, it's like, well, it's been going since 1945, you know, so I'm kind of thinking, you know, 20 years is, you
Shorter.
know, is a short term, but I also wanted to ask you again, going back to the chart, which I still have up. I don't know if people, am I still sharing it? Oh, I'm sharing the walking tree. Okay, so let's stop the share on that. There we go. So I'm still looking at that, and underneath that, I know that you said that the reliability voltage regulation is the primary purpose, correct?
Mhm.
But on page 15 underneath the chart, you say curtailment will be a solution of last resort. So is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's your testimony. Page 15, line 4 of the question is, how will PNM apply BESS solutions across its system? You're answering that case by case, maintaining reliability, but that curtailment will be a solution of last resort to avoid impairing the supply of renewable energy. So curtailment has to do with, well, I won't define it. Why don't you define it for the record, sir?
Yeah, so we identified 3 different alternatives to the BES project. Curtailment was one of them. And what we would end up needing to do is establish a curtailment for all solar that's interconnected to the feeder. So it's not just a utility scale solar or a solar that's in an RPS standard, but it would also be customer solar. So what we would basically be doing is clipping or curtailing back or trimming back the output of the solar production in times that it would be exceeding some criteria on the feeder. So in this case, we talk about the feeder capacity. We would have to turn back the solar or trim it back, derate it, limit its output so that it couldn't output onto the system.
So the rest of these uses, benefits are going to fit after those 2 can I call them priorities?
Say that again so I make sure I follow completely. I'm sorry.
Well, the reliability is paramount. And then it also sounds as if from this testimony that curtailment is also going to be a priority to not let that happen.
We do not have a means today by which to curtail customer solar or even these solar sites. Like that does not exist. So if that was a solution that was chosen, we would have to work through a process by which we would actually curtail customer solar and any other interconnected solar. So while it's a technical solution, it's not a feasible solution that we could execute on today.
Okay. But some of the other potential benefits, your flexibility, your arbitrage, they're not high on the operation choice list.
This is one of those. So we list the benefits, and you're looking at that in the table, the items that are underneath the BES. Some of those benefits will stack at the same time. And let me use one as an example. When we're managing the voltage on the feeder and using the battery to store and discharge power, that's a form of energy arbitrage. That's exactly what we're doing. So we'll store the energy when we have high productions of solar, the cost of energy is generally lower. That energy will be stored in the battery, and then it will be released back to customers for consumption in hours when cost of electricity is higher. So you're really getting both those benefits at the same time.
Okay. I just wanted a clarification, sir. Your testimony on page 17, you're answering the question posed on page 16. Does PNM have experience deploying, operating, and maintaining energy storage system, particularly batteries? And you reference a BESS solution called the Prosperity Energy Storage Project, which implemented the nation's first solar storage facility fully integrated into a power grid. That's your testimony?
It is.
And was this particular project was it a distribution project?
It was.
Okay. And further on page 17, you say PNM is under contract to add the Jicarilla storage project, 20 megawatts in the Jicarilla Apache Nation, and the Arroyo storage project, 150 megawatts in McKinley County in 2023. That's your testimony?
It is.
Are those also BESS projects?
They are BESS, or battery storage, energy storage projects.
And are they similarly situated that they're for they're going to be on distribution feeders?
No, those projects are actually interconnected through substations at a transmission level.
Okay. Then at lines 9 through 11, continuing on page 17, the BESS project is a new endeavor for PNM and a fundamental first step in PNM solutions for maintaining increasingly decentralized and multi-directional grid in a safe, reliable, and resilient manner. What does that sentence mean?
Yeah, so it's like, it is exactly what we talked about earlier, is we're now going to be, when we install the batteries, we'll have a controllable element on our distribution feeders that we can do the energy management at a distribution level. That energy management allows us to do a two-way energy management. So that's that multi-directional in a safe manner. So what happens today is when customer DERs or any DER on a system, when it's outputting, we react to it as a utility. We don't have a controllable element. We don't have a means by which to ensure that the feeder is operating inside of the ANSI standards. The batteries will allow us to do that, right? So that's the safe and reliable two-way energy management. There's reliability.
Well, I guess, okay, what's the decentralized part?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what's occurring when we start decentralizing our generation assets and we're putting them around at different locations. They're not all at a centralized power plant in one location. We're optimizing this electric grid in multiple locations by managing all these resources.
Okay. And generally, you talk about enlisting Burns and McDonnell engineering to assist in the evaluation of various options. in your testimony beginning at line 19, is that correct?
Yep, and you're on page 17 still?
19.
Oh, page 19. I'm with you.
Okay, so ultimately, when you're talking about Burns and McDonnell engineering here that P&M hired to assist, why did you do that?
Yeah, so Burns and McDonnell's been in the industry providing engineering expertise. They have expertise working in this space with other utilities and with other technologies. So we enlisted them to help us determine the feasibility of the battery storage on these projects before we started shaping and going out to an RFP and things like that. So that was the first study that we conducted with them, was the feasibility. And we have a witness later on that can talk in a lot of details about the study itself. Then the second thing that we enlisted them for, and witness Jones has this one, is we enlisted them to help us with the actual construction and the cost estimate for the construction of the BES sites. So
this is something that P&M within its structure didn't have the people that could do this.
I think we're developing that talent in-house as well, but we wanted some expertise to help us through that process. So,
Okay. On page 25, the question posed at line 15, will distributed BESS be applied solely to address solar saturation constraints? And your answer begins on line 17, and it's no. And then on pages 26 and 27, you talk about other grid management objectives. And I want to ask you on page 27, one of those objectives on line 5 is bulk system planning. You included that category, sir?
where, let me follow your page. What page are you on?
Page 27.
Okay. And which
Bulk
line? Oh,
5.
Yep.
Bulk system planning.
Mm-hmm.
How's that? How is it, or is it different from capacity?
Let me read this really quick so I can catch up with you. So the reference there, the reference there, what we're referencing to is how the distribution batteries could actually be aggregated up into our system planning as we're doing the IRP planning. So the capacity that's being modeled through the IRP modeling.
So it is capacity.
It is. It's 12 megawatts of capacity.
And so that's its part generation function.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Am I correct? Your testimony, pages 27 through 28, the question is, how will P&M ensure optimal deployment of the BESS project? And you talk about location siting. Of the project connects storage close to the electric load, minimizing system losses while improving power quality and voltage support. So basically, is this sentence talking about line loss?
It does. And we talked about that even earlier, but it's when you do the energy management at the distribution and we're serving the customers at the distribution level, then we don't have to your point, we wouldn't have the line losses in getting energy from a transmission level down to that distribution.
let's look at page 32 of your testimony, Mr. Warner. The question posed at line 4, does PNM anticipate the addition of BESS at the distribution feeder level will be part of the ordinary course of business to address typical distribution system constraints going forward? And then you begin your answer at line 8 and you say yes. As I explained above, where distribution feeders are at or above the maximum capacity, the system requires localized expansion in the ordinary course of serving customers within Pnm's existing service area. How is it in this testimony and in your knowledge and experience, Mr. Warner, that you made this determination of what's in the ordinary course?
So we believe this will become our ordinary course of business moving forward in the future. And Commissioner Ellison mentioned some of the non-wires alternatives. We believe that the battery storage on a distribution feeder starts developing a non-wires alternative by which we will build out our distribution system. And what it allows us to do is do an energy management when we have high penetrations of DERs or solar on a feeder. Then the battery storage allows us to do real-time energy management on the feeder. So that will be part of our planning criteria. That I think that is the grid of the future.
And then I also wanted to ask you, and this relates to a question that Commissioner, I believe, Aguilara had. And this is page 37 of your testimony. The question posed at line 15, is the BESS project the most cost-effective among feasible alternatives as required under section 6291D7 of the Public Utility Act? And you begin your answer at line 18 and you say yes, that the project delivers the most cost-effective and timely solution to feeder overload and DG integration that provides multiple benefits. That's your testimony, sir?
It is.
But again, I think as has already been indicated, most cost-effective among feasible alternatives doesn't mean the BESS project was the cheapest bid, does it?
I would be really careful with that because, and the reason I'm saying that is the benefits that are stacked are benefits that are real benefits that can be measured. So when we talk about the energy arbitrage, there's a financial benefit to that to customers. And so when you weigh all of, and like the CO2 reductions is another one. So what we're saying is we would use the battery storage at peak hours to supply the energy back to customers. That offsets the production of a higher cost resource that would output CO2 emissions. So when you stack all those benefits, all those become real benefits to the project. And then you have to look at those as the total benefit of the project. That's the total cost benefit of the investment.
Okay, and I'm not trying to mischaracterize your testimony or the testimony of the Pnm witnesses. I just seem to recall in the testimony, and perhaps it wasn't your testimony, but I seem to recall that it was not the cheapest bid. Is that correct?
If you look at the top of the table and you can scroll up just a little bit, and again, this is just one line item in the evaluation. Okay, so option one is to deploy the BES project and the battery project, which is $25.8 million. Option
Right.
two would be to build dedicated feeders. If we went and built dedicated feeders, it's going to cost about $23 million. That's a physical asset in the ground, right? And then option three would be to upgrade the feeders to higher capacity. And those cost estimates range between 30 million and 50 million. And so if we purely looked at like the installed capital to install a project, and that was the only line item we evaluated, then we would say, go build additional distribution feeders. But what we know is if we're going to build an additional distribution feeder, we've got to go through permitting. And that's going to take us 1 year to 2 years to get through permitting. And additional distribution feeders don't add any of the other benefits that are being weighed. So when we stack all the other benefits that are in the green, so we highlighted green being those are the highest benefits of each one of the option. And when you stack all those up, you can see that the battery project actually has the stacked values, and we can quantify, and you can go through those and see that the benefits outweigh and will more than outweigh that. It's less than 2 million. It's like a $1.2 million delta there.
And why didn't you include the potential $7.5 million reduction for the tax credit?
Yeah, so I'm probably not the best expert to testify on this one, but we characterize that we believe it's a potential benefit. So we didn't want to characterize something that we weren't 100% confident in. And so when it's realized, if we can realize the tax benefit, it even lowers the project more.
Okay. I think the testimony was potentially 30% of the 25 million. So I think that's around 7.5. Thank you, Mr. Warner. That's all the questions that I had for you. Make sure I flip the page. I did. Commissioners?
I do have a few questions.
Please, go ahead, Commissioner Aguilar.
Sure, thank you. Hi, Mr. Warner.
Hello.
So thank you for being here. I do have a few questions, and I apologize if some of them overlap a bit with questions you've been asked already. I think I may have some similar ones, but maybe from a slightly different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So first, I just want to talk generally about battery energy storage systems. Do you believe that BESS generally will help add flexibility to the system such that it can play a critical role in helping to meet New Mexico's mandate to transition to zero carbon?
I do. Very much so.
Okay. So, I mean, I agree. I think it's gonna take a diverse set of resources. So part of what I'm focused on is, as I asked Mr. Fenton and the hearing examiner mentioned, is sort of the cost effectiveness of the alternatives. And I want to clarify that I'm looking at alternatives broadly. So I see your chart where you're explaining, I'm sorry if you could hear some background noise, that they're doing some work. Your chart that's shows that you could upgrade the feeder, and those are alternatives. I'm also considering what other options are there to potentially upgrade. And so for this, I'm sort of focused on the figure in your testimony. I think it was like FW03. Let me look to see what OW3. Right. So
What page? Do you have a page number?
Sure. Let me go to this. This is the one that has, okay, so I'm on page 11. This is the one that has the feeders exceeding at capacity limit.
Yep.
And so I would like to understand the reasoning for selecting these two particular feeders. And so I see that, you know, these are some of the ones that have some of the most pending interconnection requests at 59 and 28 requests. And then I also see that these are some of the ones that are exceeding the percent feeder rating utilized, sort of at the highest level. There are two other projects here that also stand out to me. So for example, there's one called Progress 13 that has 54 interconnection requests, if I'm reading the chart correctly. And then another one, State Pen 12, that has 22, but has a high percent feeder rating utilized. And so I just want to understand, you know, what went into your consideration to upgrade these two feeders as opposed to others. Why not upgrading 3 or 4? Could you walk me through that?
You bet. So let me be clear that I don't believe there's any losers in this chart that you're looking at right now. So we'll start with that context. There's no losers here. If you can flip over to page 21 of my direct testimony, I actually went through the valuation by which we selected our feeders, and we can walk through that for you.
Okay.
And then feel free to ask me any questions as we're stepping through it. Yeah, so start at the top, if you don't mind. So this is the question we asked. So how were the feeders locations for the BES project selected? So the first criteria, we used 4 criteria, right? So both the selected feeders ranked among the highest in the percentage of DE, of distributive generation that's interconnected. That's the overcapacity relative to the feeder rating. So we looked at the amount of solar connected to the feeder and the percentage of that to the feeder rating. Really what that was telling us is what's our risk of overcapacity on that feeder? That was one criteria. Okay. The second criteria that we used is both feeders support a comparable economic case to deploy BES relative deferring the cost of the necessary infrastructures to upgrade. So what we were saying there is the cost to build a dedicated feeder or to build a wire solution. Those were projects that had a higher cost to build a wire solution. So that was the second criteria. The third criteria was integrated capacity analysis. So we looked at, and this came out of the Burns and McDonald, but what's the ability for energy arbitrage and being able to shift energy? And there's a lot that goes into that, but we looked at what's that financial benefit, okay? And then if we scroll on down to page 22, the fourth criteria is, and this will get, I'm going to try to do this without getting too nerdy, but when you interconnect DERs to the system or inverters, there's a stability calculation we can go through, and we refer to that. Let's see if I referenced it right here or not. So you go through a stiffness calculation, and that tells you the ability of a feeder based on the wires, the conductors, the characteristics of a load, of how well the feeder will perform when you integrate more inverter-based resources. So we didn't want to put, because a battery requires inverter-based resources to interconnect into the system, we didn't want to add batteries on and actually cause an issue. So we looked at feeders that had a higher stiffness ratio so that we wouldn't have any performance issues from the added inverters on the feeder. So when we weighed all those out, there's the table at the bottom. So South Cores and Tomei 12, we mentioned the solar there's 130, I'm going to round that to 130% distributive generation on South Cores today. There's 120, I'm going to round that up to 129% on Tomei 12. Both feeders were the same size, so the same battery size. The pending interconnections, that's the table you looked at and referenced earlier. And then the cost, so the estimated cost of the project, we just took the 25.8, divided in that at half. And then the deferred T&D, that's the cost to build a wire solution. So, but like we mentioned earlier, all those feeders are winners. Like they would all show up as potential candidates that we would recommend we add battery storage to them. So to your question earlier, why didn't we pick 3? Why didn't we pick 4? That really goes back to what witness Mark Fenton was expressing earlier. If we have a process by which we can move through these a little bit more expeditiously, I think we would be very eager to invest more. It's understanding, what's the environment? How do we move through the approval process in an expeditious manner so that everybody can benefit? And if we can determine what that criteria is, whatever the right solution is, we're willing and excited to work with the commission and with stakeholders to find a solution for these feeders.
Okay. So I appreciate that. Is there, which, in looking at this table and your explanation, how can I see how you ranked, so you maybe gave a weight to all of these different criteria? Is that information in your testimony anywhere that I can look at?
I don't think we put it directly in my testimony as like a score or a number beside each one of them. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. I was, so, you walked me through this and that's helpful. And I think a reasonable way to estimate, not estimate, but determine which projects you think would be the most beneficial to pursue and cost effective. But in sort of determining the alternatives, as I said, because, I'm looking at this a bit more broadly, I was just wondering how the other feeders, in particular, the 2 that I mentioned that seem to have a high, percentage and number of interconnection requests, how they would compare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, they're all winners in that. And so the number of applications was one of the evaluation. Remember, what we were really focusing on is trying to get the feeder back within the operating constraints.
Mm-hmm.
And so the South Cores and Tomei 12 have a very high percentage of distributive generation connected to them today. So from that perspective, I think they provide a very high risk to reliability to customers, and we have an obligation to try to mitigate that.
Yes, thank you for that. So how did you determine 6 megawatts for each of these? And I know they're, the application that's sort of discussed as one project, 12 megawatts, but at 6 megawatts each, how did you determine that?
So let me see if I had a section in my actual testimony. Okay, so if you'll go to page 20 of my testimony, I've actually got a paragraph here that I answered that question for you.
Okay.
And it's at the bottom of page 20. It starts on line 7. So we mentioned earlier that we solicited Burns McDonnell to help us through this evaluation. We also worked with Powin on what the resources we would buy. So what's the sizing we would buy?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can read this for us. So the Burns and McDonnell study helped target a minimum size BES assumed located in the vicinity of the solar resources expected to yield the targeted improvements to solar DG hosting capacity. For example, and if you go look at Lucas McIntosh's figure, that's figure LM-1 in his direct testimony. It shows an analysis of the South Course 12 feeder located adjacent to the South Valley solar site. For this 8.3, and I'll just short it there, megawatt rated feeder, a BES of 5 megawatts and 4-hour duration or greater was estimated to be sufficient to bring the number of hours of interconnected solar generation to 0, meaning a 5 megawatt or greater should manage and keep voltage and thermal impacts below the circuit constraints given the current solar DG hosted. So that's the current solar that's on the feeder. The battery size of 6 megawatts was selected based on vendor availability, minimum sizing to increase hosting capacity, and BES capacity to account for degradation and future DG interconnections. So did that answer your question?
It does, and in particular, I wanted to focus on the future DG interconnections, because I do, if you have as many as 59, one of these, my thought is, well, how many more are going to be submitted? Based on sort of the average size of the 59 or 28 DG interconnections, how many more do you think this size of battery would be able to accommodate?
What I can do is I could plant something in your mind, and I want you to think of this. So the planning criteria by which we're building our distribution feeders out in the future is that a feeder can host up to 150% of the feeder rating in solar. So
Okay.
take the 8 megawatts, multiply 150, that'll tell you how much solar it can host. But in order for it to host that, then there's a couple other criteria we need. The first criteria we need is the ability to manage voltage. And that's what we have in our application for our grid mod. It's the integrated volt VAR management. So you need some way to manage voltage on the feeder at multiple locations. The second plan criteria that I want you to hold on to is that a feeder rating then would require 50% of the feeder rating in energy storage. So in this case, we're saying it's the 8.4. We're rounding it up because of the criteria we just talked about. So it's a 6 megawatt battery storage. So a 6 megawatt battery storage coupled with integrated volt VAR will allow us to increase the solar connected to the feeder up to 150%. We may be able to increment above that. We believe that's a criteria we're going to be able to go to as we start studying it in the detailed hosting capacities. Maybe 150 becomes slightly higher than that number. And then there is a point and a threshold. So we'll just use the 150 and 50% battery storage to say at that point, it's going to trigger adding, maybe it's additional feeder or it's reconfiguration of the feeder. There's some other solution that needs to come to balance generation and load on the wires and the battery storage that are there today.
Okay, thank you. I think you mentioned that earlier and I didn't fully grasp it, but I think I understand it better now. Appreciate that.
You bet.
So your testimony explains that the BESS project will add resource capacity. Will the batteries help meet your planning reserve margin? Do they count toward it?
I'm probably not the most, I'm not the expert to speak in the IRP and the reserve margin side, but what I would tell you is that battery systems interconnected the distribution system, we believe are going to be able to deliver some of the same benefits to batteries that are connected at a transmission level. We actually, and you can explore with witness Jason a little more on this, but we're going to work with NREL. NREL was a recipient of a grant. We're going to study these batteries and the ancillary benefits that we can actually deliver from a distribution connected battery storage. So.
Okay, so in considering well, trying to decide whether to ask this, but are you considering the DG solar as capacity added to the system as well as the battery?
You're referring to the the solar that's not connected that could be connected.
Yes, thank
by
you
the
for clarifying.
installation. Is
Yes.
that what you're? Mhm.
Yes.
So that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse as well. I'll just frame it up as this: is our customer solar today that's behind the meter, the utility, we don't have direct visibility into the operation of that solar. So we're left responding to it.
Mhm.
We have over 200 megawatts of customer solar connected, and that number continues to increase. And this is one, you heard a little bit about this when we were talking through our grid mod, or maybe you didn't, but when we were talking through grid mod, that's one of the things we're saying is we need visibility into what's occurring at a customer level, because those resources are directly impacting what's happening on the system, and largely we're left to react to whether they're producing or not producing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and much like Commissioner Ellison, I'm also thinking about this, in terms of a larger decision that needs to be made in terms of the system with, grid mod and distribution resource planning, and so that's sort of where my questions are coming from as well. To your point about, you're sort of trying to see how this goes before deciding whether to add more. I think just generally, planning for the system as a whole would help me understand that this decision is being made thinking about the system holistically, and something like that would help me sort of help streamline this process. Just thinking out loud. So one additional question. So the life cycle is 20 years. Maybe they could last longer, I'm not entirely sure, but when the life cycle ends, how easy or difficult would it be to replace the batteries with new batteries?
Yeah, so the interconnection point, the battery is going to be co-located on the solar sites that we own. We have a fenced perimeter around them today. We're pouring a pad, they're secured. So as the technology evolves, like it might change a little bit, but the batteries are going to show up in a Connex box that we're installing. They're pretty simple to install. And if technology advances, there might be some modifications in what the footprint and the foundation looks like. But like our signal right now is it's not a complete revamp. There's going to be some form of storage that we're going to need to integrate onto these or couple with solar on our distribution. So in 20 years, when that comes, then we'll explore with the newest technology, and we believe we'll be able to interconnect it at that point as well.
Okay. I know the hearing examiner asked this question already, but I'm going to ask it again. Would the batteries eliminate distributed generation solar curtailments? Would they be able to fully eliminate the curtailments from the DG that's interconnected?
Correct. So if we install, we said that's an alternative, is to do the curtailments. So if we don't do the battery storage, then we could potentially explore the curtailment. If we install the battery storage, it allows us to optimize and take all the solar that's being produced, put it in the batteries, and therefore we don't have to curtail solar.
So then that solar becomes additional energy that is helping meet the load, as opposed to being a resource that was generated and then didn't help at all.
Correct.
Okay, and then I think my last question is, I just want to clarify whether any of these, either of the two feeders that are being upgraded have any community solar projects with pending interconnection request. And the same question about the other feeders in that figure that we referred to earlier on page 11 of your testimony.
So the two feeders, the South Cores and the Tomei feeders, I do not believe today have pending community solar applications on them. Okay. We do have feeders in our system that are at solar saturation that have pending community solar applications on them. So I think you asked two different questions, and I hope I answered both of your questions you have.
No,
there.
I think you did. Yeah. So these two do not, others do.
Correct.
Okay. And how did that weigh into your decision to select these two, or actually your decision maybe came before the community solar? Yeah.
It did. It did. And to be really clear, like, and I don't know how close you are to the community solar, but a lot of the applications in community solar are 2 megawatts or maybe up to 5 megawatts. And being able to increment where we already have, I'm going to just use a round number and say 10 megawatts of solar on a feeder, to add an additional 5 megawatts, that takes us above that 150% criteria if you just think of using some round numbers, right?
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, thank you. This has been helpful. I appreciate your time, Madam Hearing Examiner. I yield my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguilar. Let me stop that. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions, sir, for Mr. Warner?
Yes, I do. I do have some questions.
Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Warner.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. I have a question that I think you're anticipating. If built, will these battery projects have grid forming inverters?
They will.
Okay, that's great. And you know, out of curiosity, you know, some of the larger transmission level systems, such as the Arroyo, do they also have grid forming inverters?
So I'm probably not the right expert to speak on that. Mr. Jones can answer that for sure for you.
I'm sorry, who can?
Mr. Jones, Jason
Okay.
Jones.
All right. All right. So what is the primary purpose of this project? What is the main problem that you're seeking to solve?
Yeah, so we talked about that a little bit earlier too. But the main problem that we're trying to solve is the energy management on the distribution feeder and managing reliable energy supply for customers. So one way we think about that is the voltage supply by which customers actually receive their energy, or we deliver energy to them.
So would you say that customers on those feeders are experiencing reliability problems today?
So I would characterize it as voltage variances. So there's, and you can think of that as like a power quality. I wouldn't characterize that as a reliability being like an outage or minutes of outage. There is a risk that as the feeder is oversupplied or we're putting more energy on the feeder, there is a risk that we could have failed components or a failure on the feeder, which would lead to reliability issues.
So today the issue is one more of power quality.
Correct. And risk of reliability.
And so are the voltages, are they going beyond the normal threshold that you have for those variances?
There are times that it may, and this goes back to, you know, we don't have a lot of recorders on all locations on the feeder. We have very select points.
What are your standard tolerances for voltage on a feeder?
Yeah, so there's ANSI standards by which we operate a feeder. And it's the standard is the ANSI C 84.1 voltage standards.
Okay, and so you're employing those standards of power quality, and you're saying that at times these two feeders, customers may experience excursions above or below those standards.
Correct.
Is that something that's happening often?
I don't have the data sitting right in front of me right now. So it occurs when you have high solar production and low load situations.
Okay. And you mentioned these two feeders are about 130% distributed generation. Is that 130% of peak demand on those feeders?
That's 130% of the feeder rating.
Which is that 8 point, what is the rating on those feeders?
Yeah, it was 8.3 megawatts. I'm kind of dropping the last two digits there.
So it's okay. And you were just saying that it's possible to have up to 150% of the feeder rating in solar with batteries with volt-var management. Is that correct?
Correct. That's the planning criteria by which we're designing.
Okay, but you're already able to achieve 130% without the battery. So you're really talking about just going up another 20% in terms of distributed generation on those feeders if you put the battery in?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. So we pointed out that the feeder is operating outside of its range right now today. And so those feeders, this has been the advancement that's been going on in the industry. And if we go back and read some of the DOE reports and some of the reports that Lisa actually presented a couple of weeks ago, she pointed out that there needs to be some form of management when we get to 15% of a DER on a feeder. We're way past that on many of these feeders. And so there's other criteria. We can go look at some of the NREL studies and other information that's coming out. And their recommendation is that utilities have integrated volt-var because of the voltage excursions and other power quality issues that occur by high penetration. So
how did we get to the situation where we're at 130% of a feeder rating? If you felt that there would be power quality issues, wouldn't you want to stop accepting interconnection applications before you get to that point?
We have stopped accepting, and that's why we're getting complaints, and we're doing something about it to address them now. So we've stopped interconnecting customers. I would also express that the industry and the utility industry and others are learning as we've been going through this. So for us to look back at decisions we made 10 years ago probably isn't fair to the planners and the engineers or even the industry that was doing the evaluation at that point in time. I would actually look at it as a positive. So we have an opportunity now to advance the grid to the next step. And what we have on the Pnm system, when I've interacted with the other utilities, is actually an opportunity that most utilities don't have. So we've already been able to manage to this point, or we've actually interconnected. We're now deploying technologies and investments so we can do the energy management on the feeder. And that's the stage we're at now. So rather than having a bigger backlog of queue of applications we've turned away, we're further down the road than most other utilities have been. Many utilities have restricted their feeders at 35 or 60% of the feeder rating. And if that was the case, concepts like community solar our RPS standards, things like that, would not have advanced at the scale and the pace that we've advanced in New Mexico.
Well, there are multiple ways of meeting an RPS standard, including grid scale solar. So I guess I'm not gonna, get into that. But can you provide any quantification of how often you're seeing these voltage variances and how much? I don't want minute by minute data. I'm just curious, sort of what are you seeing that's causing concern? What, how often and how much of a variance are you getting on these feeders?
So let's be clear, today we don't have measurement behind the customer on what the customer is experiencing. The only way we would have that is if we went out to the field and installed a recorder. So the only data that we have on our system is the measurement at the solar interconnect point. So we have a recorder at that point. We can make assumptions on what a voltage drop might be to a customer, but those are pure assumptions. We don't have that real-time measurement today.
So you're at the point of interconnection, you have some sort of a smart meter on the customer's premises for solar?
Not on the customer premise. So this is the point of interconnection for the 10 megawatt site that's connected to the distribution site. So we have a recording at that location. And you can think of that as somewhere on the distribution feeder. Customers might be miles on down the road and then drop to it through a service transformer. We don't have any measurement occurring on what's occurring at the customer premise. Like our distribution system, if we go back to our grid mod application, we don't have the intelligence along our distribution feeders. There's very, very select points that we have a measurement.
So you're not, as a practice, putting in advanced meters when a customer has solar so that you can collect some additional data?
We do not. That was part of.
Right. Well, I mean, that would be much more limited than putting AMI on everybody to have AMI only on the solar customers. But I guess that's a question for another day. So yeah, I guess this is really interesting because you're proposing this project for a power quality issue, yet you don't have data to show that you have a power quality issue. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know if that's fair. So we went through and we characterized what the limitations on the feeder and the amount of solar that's on a feeder. We have those charts. We just didn't bother filing all that data in the middle of this filing. So like we have the voltage measurements at the point that the solar is interconnected.
Is that at the end of the feeder or somewhere in the middle of the feeder?
It's wherever the solar site is interconnected to the distribution feeder. So every feeder has slightly different configuration, but it's the point at which the solar site is connected to the distribution feeder.
Which would give you an indication of the voltage excursions, but obviously it doesn't tell you what every customer's experience is going to be along that feeder.
That's correct.
Okay, I mean, that it would be really helpful to me at least see what is happening at that point, just in sort of summary terms. What kind of voltage excursions are you seeing? How often is that occurring? Just to understand what this level of DG solar, how that's impacting the feeder.
Mr. Berhule, consider that a request from the bench to provide the information in a summary form that Commissioner Ellison has requested in as expedient a manner as possible, and file that in the docket in this case, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, further questions, sir?
Yes. You know, you've said that the primary reason for this is the power quality. So I guess one way to look at this is that having additional distributed solar is imposing some costs on the system. It's requiring you to do something to compensate for the issues that the DG solar is causing. Is that a fair statement?
That's one way of thinking of it.
Okay. You know, and I understand you didn't mention the possibility of interconnecting additional customers, but that would presumably be an additional benefit of this project, correct?
That's one benefit.
And you mentioned a current backlog of about 90 interconnections. If you were to do these two projects, would you be able to interconnect all of those requests?
We believe that we'll be able to interconnect the requests that were in the queue at the time we submitted the application for this BES project.
Which were about 90 roughly.
I'd have to go look. I think that I might be right. I'd have to double check that. But if
Okay,
you look
okay.
at it,
Would you be able to integrate more than that? Is that sort of a, you know, have you calculated how many more DG customers or how many more, you know, kilowatts of solar DG in addition that these projects would allow you to interconnect?
yeah, I think that's a similar question that Commissioner Aguilar was asking. We believe we'll be able to go up to about 150% of the feeder rating with connected solar.
Okay, so you'd go up another 20% on the 8 megawatts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that would be about 160 kilowatt kilowatts. Is that correct?
I didn't do the math. I wasn't doing the math with you. So if you.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, if we assume that you could do these 90, and if that were the only reason for doing this project, we would be looking at spending roughly $280,000 per customer, you know, per additional solar DG owner. You know, in other words, if the sole reason for doing this project were to integrate these 90 customers who have requested interconnection but are in backlog, it would mean that in effect it would cost $280,000 per customer to get them integrated.
I don't know that I would. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's a fair characterization. So I'll go back to what we're designing in the grid of the future. So the grid of the future will be renewables, solar and wind, coupled with energy storage. Those coupling will exist on transmission and distribution levels. It's going to occur all throughout our system. And so what we're doing now is we're adding energy storage coupled with the renewables, DERs, that are connected to the system so we can do real-time energy management on those feeders. One of the benefits is we will be able to increase the hosting capacity on those distribution feeders. One of the benefits is that we will have energy arbitrage, be able to shift low-cost energy to higher cost times. One of the benefits is we will be able to lean on our CO2 emitting resources less, which will actually aid us towards our carbon-free goals of by 2040.
I understand. Have you done a hosting capacity analysis on these 2 feeders?
Not a full detailed.
Would that provide you a better picture of what could be done with these feeders in terms of additional distributed generation interconnections?
So we're working through a study right now through the 568 rule process where we're doing a detailed hosting capacity analysis on the feeders. These 2 feeders will be part of it. So the implementation of the battery storage will help us, and when we go through the hosting capacity, understand even more of the capabilities and what we can do with these 2 feeders.
Have you supplied a map with these projects and the feeders that they're on?
It's supplied to who? I don't know if
To the commission. I'd be interested in seeing a map of, you know, where the projects are located and the feeders that they're on.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to ask for a little bit of help, but I don't know that we did supply a map with the you're asking in the record with this filing?
Yes. I mean, that's all the information that I have is what's in the record with this filing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could supply one, but I don't believe we've supplied a map at this point in time.
Okay.
Commissioner
I would
Ellison,
be interested.
other than showing the subject to any security issues that we don't want to have, is there anything other than just a geographical location, sir, that you would request?
Well, where, you know, the feeder overlay on the geography, just to see, you know, the extent of the feeder and where, you know, where the battery would connect into the feeder.
Mr. Warner, do you have that information?
We do. I'm pausing a little bit because I don't know if we and I'm going back to the maps that we've published for our hosting capacity. When we articulate the closed feeders, we typically don't publish for the public a map that shows the configuration of our feeders. When we publish it in those type of studies, we publish it as like a geographic area, just to kind of highlight areas that are closed to customers. So what I would need to check with our legal side is say, can we publish that map in a form that's open to the public, or is there something we need to protect that information? So if you'll allow me just to work with our legal to find out how we can present it and what data we can present without disclosing.
Very well. And that's why I said, subject to any security implications that we don't want to have happen.
And hearing examiner Hurst, could this be a confidential filing?
If we are able not to have any confidential information in our record, Commissioner Ellison, I would prefer that. But let's wait and see what information we can get and whether that satisfies is satisfactory answer to your question, sir. And if not, then we can broach the subject at that time if that's acceptable to you. Of
course.
Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if
Sir.
I could interject, this may help satisfy Commissioner Ellison. I believe page 35 of the direct testimony of Lucas McIntosh, who is one of our upcoming witnesses. I believe that has at least an overview map. I don't know if it's to the level that Commissioner Ellison would like to see, but it may be helpful in this context.
And I believe the commissioner is wanting more information, but he can let us know. Commissioner, that's exhibit 5, and that is page 35.
Right. I guess this is showing the whole suite of projects that were considered, and it's, not showing the feeders they're on, and it's a pretty high level, 10,000 foot level type thing. I mean, I was hoping for something that would focus on the 2 projects that are being proposed and would show them on the feeders that they are actually on.
Mr. Verheuvel, do you understand the specific nature of the bench request that Commissioner Ellison seeks?
In the context of your desire to keep confidential information out of the record, yes, I believe we do, and will attempt to satisfy that.
Very well. Try to accomplish that in as expedient a manner as possible. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ellison, further questions?
Yes, Mr. Warner, I guess going back to that chart that you've got, the table OW1, I'm seeing it on, what is it, page 15 of your direct testimony. You stated that many of these benefits could be assessed. What I'm wondering is, did you put a dollar amount on these various benefits?
There are some dollar amounts on some of the benefits. So if we go to the energy arbitrage,
Yes.
we're saying that
Yes.
the energy arbitrage value is up to 500,000 in offsets per year. Okay, so that you could take that number, divide it by 2, and that would be 250 per battery per year. And then if you go down, there's reductions in CO2. So those are the quantifications that we've tried to capture in each one of those. The system capacity, there's a number in there as well.
Right. But I mean, in terms of an actual cost benefit analysis, is that something that you performed?
But those are all the benefits. So literally all we would have to do is do the math, add up the benefits against the cost, and those benefits outweigh the cost when you just go through the math right there.
Okay, but I'm just seeing dollar amounts on the energy arbitrage. Right. I mean, I'm just wondering if you tried to do a little more formal cost benefit analysis.
Is there a specific form that you're looking for, or is there something?
No, not a specific form, but I guess so. You're proposing investing 25.8 on the costs, and that would translate to some annual cost to the ratepayer based on the depreciation of the asset and the earnings on the undepreciated balance. So on the positive side, how do you quantify the positive side so that we're, comparing the cost to the benefits?
So if we start just walking through some of those, I mean, we can do it now, right? That's why I was trying to clarify what you want. But if you look at system capacity, it's 8 kW per month, which is $18 million in benefit over 20 years. So that would be a system capacity. In the energy arbitrage, it's 500,000 a year. So you can take that 500,000 over 20 years, multiply it out. That's going to be a very big number. If we go to the avoidance of 75,000 megawatt hours over 20 years of renewable, so that would be like an energy, instead of curtailing customer solar or some other solar, that's the megawatt hours that we wouldn't curtail over the 20 years.
Well,
We
and I
could put
guess
it-
on that point, you're not curtailing any customers now, right?
We are not today.
And so why would you have to?
If we're going to get the feeders back inside of operating constraints, which is what we're saying we need to correct, then we will begin to curtail customer solar based on the operating history when we look back at the feeders and how they've operated.
But as of right now, you don't have a mechanism to do that.
We do not.
How would you do that?
You'd have to have a control signal to each one of those feeders. I mean, this is getting way into the weeds, but we would need a control signal into each one of the customers that are connected to the system. And we would need to coordinate the time in which their output is aligned with what's occurring on the feeder, and then curtail their output such that you're not over generating on the feeder. We would need voltage measurements along the feeder as well, so that that becomes an input for a control point.
So you need advanced inverters at the DG customers so that you could communicate and give a control signal to those inverters.
That would be one requirement.
And not everybody has got an advanced inverter now, correct?
They do not.
So seems unclear how you could achieve this curtailment unless you require customers to upgrade their inverters.
We talked about that earlier. Like, this is a technical solution, but it's not a feasible solution that we could deploy today.
Right. And, just out of curiosity, how would that work with net energy metering? I mean, if you're curtailing a customer, would they want payment, or would they want, full retail credit for whatever you curtail?
You're probably taking me over my skis when you start talking about regulatory and rate making and the structures there. So I'm trying to help with some technical solutions.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I'm just a point of curiosity about how that would work in terms of rates. When we look at the alternative, you've got the 23 million for the feeder this would be an additional feeder that would just connect the two solar plants into the substations, their respective substations. Is that right?
It would be building a dedicated feeder. So whether it only goes to the solar or you're rebalancing solar and some of the customers, it's basically building another feeder out to that site.
Would it solve the power quality issues that you're concerned about?
I don't know that it would solve all of the power quality concerns. So it's
okay, but in proposing it as an alternative project, isn't it a reasonable assumption that it should at least deal with the main concerns or the main reasons, why you're proposing a battery project?
It would, but here's where I was caveating that just a little bit. So we start pushing the power back at the transmission level. Now we're going to have to deal with excess generation going back at the transmission, which may trigger other investments. So I wanted to be clear that we would basically be just cascading the issue to another level, and to push it to a transmission level and resolve it at the transmission is going to be a higher cost solution. We didn't quantify that. We didn't go into that level of detail or even that level of study. But if that became our total solution across our board, that every one of these feeders, we were just going to build a dedicated feeder and push the generation back to the transmission, then we're going to have to talk about solutions at the transmission level to manage the excess generation coming up from the distribution.
So essentially what this option would be doing is making these 10 megawatt solar plants part of the transmission system as opposed to the distribution system in a way.
I don't know if I think of it that way. I think of it as we're turning our distribution system into an energy management. And so we've got generation, that's the customer solar. We have load, which is customers turning on and off their load. And now we're adding the ability to do a real-time energy management by adding storage at the distribution.
Well,
So,
I guess I was asking about the alternative project, the dedicated feeder project. But you're saying it wouldn't necessarily be a feeder that would only connect the 10 megawatt solar plants to their to the substations. You could do some customer rebalancing along and add customers to those feeders.
yeah, I try not to think of things as absolutes, and that we will only do one or the other. So that's probably why I was characterizing it that way.
I see. But it should solve, I mean, it should be designed to solve your power quality issues, correct? If you're able to rebalance customers and not have so many DG customers on, you know, on these two feeders. If we essentially have 4 feeders and we can, you know, redistribute, then we should be able to address the power quality issue.
I don't want to be, again, I don't want to commit to that in this discussion, because there's further evaluation that by pushing the generation up to the transmission, it's going to require other investments and other studies.
Well, I guess I don't see why you're proposing this as an alternative then. If it doesn't solve you've said that the power quality issue is the main reason why you're proposing these batteries, but and you've said that these dedicated feeders are an alternative to the batteries, but now you're saying that they don't solve the main problem that was your concern around the power quality. So why are they being proposed as alternatives?
They are an alternative that would require further studies and further, like there may be some other investments, and that's why I didn't want. You're getting me in kind of in a circle, but what I was trying to be really clear about is it's not the total solution. So building the dedicated feeder is not an end-all solution. There may be other investments required if we build a dedicated feeder. And we didn't go in and quantify the investments that would be required at a transmission, or if there were going to be some further upgrades at the substation. That's not quantified in that.
Okay.
Cost.
How would, I mean, there obviously, you know, there are multiple applications for battery storage that's embedded in the distribution system, like is being proposed here. What would the priority be on how the battery systems are operated?
Yeah, you're asking how we're going to operate the batteries in the future?
Yes.
So we believe it will evolve and we'll continue to learn. But the first prioritization is going to be the energy management such that we maintain power quality on the distribution feeder. That's going to be our first priority. But like I mentioned earlier, we've been the recipient through NREL. So NREL is the actual recipient, but we will be studying these distribution feeders to study the ancillary benefits. We believe we will continue to learn and advance how we operate these batteries.
Because you've made some estimates here about if the batteries are used as peakers on your system, that you could drop CO2 production by a certain amount, but there could be some constraints on using the batteries as peakers, correct? Like if during the day your main focus is going to be to keep the voltage within a certain range, you may not be completely free during that time to use the batteries as peakers. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's correct. We're diving way into the weeds on this stuff. But in the simplest form, when the solar is overproducing, which is typically midday when you have minimum load, and we'll just say most customers leave their home, they go to work, and so the residents are empty, their load actually lowers, the solar production is high. Those will be the hours that will store the energy into the battery. Those are usually times when costs are lower, the cost of production. We will then discharge the battery in the shoulder hours. Those shoulder hours are typically when we run our peaking units. So we'll have an optimization to discharge the batteries when it's financially beneficial for customers, but also there's a constraint on how we are managing the feeder performance. So we need to keep the feeder inside of the voltage and the power requirements of the feeder as well. So those
Sure.
are all, there's going to be multi-layer controls. It's not just a simple control loop, right? It's gonna be a lot of control loops managing all at the same time. So
Sure, I understand. I'm just making the point that your estimate of how many tons of CO2 could be avoided is dependent on how the battery is going to be used and whether this priority of keeping the line voltage within the ANSI tolerances, is going to impose a constraint on how you use that battery for peaking purposes. Let's see, the Inflation Reduction Act, can that pay for a portion of these batteries? Have you applied for funding under the Inflation Reduction Act?
yeah, so you're asking an engineer to speak on financials and tax, and that's probably outside of my expertise. So
okay, I'll reserve that question. I think that's enough for now. Appreciate your answering my questions.
you bet. Thank you for the time.
Mr. Verheuel, any redirect?
I have a little bit of redirect. If it's okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I think then if you're going to have questions, because I don't want anyone to start getting hangry, and it's at the luncheon hour. So I think what we need to decide, Mr. DeSalen, I said we try to get Mr. Kenny in for my one question right after Mr. Warner, but since we're potentially not finished with Mr. Warner, I'm pretty confident at this point that I'll be able to ask my one question after 3:30, if that's acceptable. And if we don't have any other issues then, I have it's almost 1. We'll recess for an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back and see what redirect questions that PNM has, and then we'll go to our next witnesses. Yes, sir.
I do have an issue, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I'll be quick with it. I wonder if I'm trying again to satisfy Commissioner Ellison's request for maps and diagrams of these specific feeders. And on PNM Exhibit 5, which again is the direct testimony of Lucas McIntosh, and we don't have to share it or look at it now, but if Commissioner Ellison could perhaps over lunch review pages 59 and 60, and then pages 86 through 89 and 90 to 93 of that exhibit. Those are pages of the PDF. I think those show some additional detail of the specific feeders and the 2 solar facilities that we're talking about, and I'm hopeful that those satisfy what it is that he's looking for.
59 through 60, and what else, sir?
86 through 89, and then 90 to 93.
All right, sir. Anything further?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll recess now until 2. Remember, YouTube is still live, so we can talk or whatever accordingly. Thank you all. We're recessed till 2. Thanks, Melissa. Melissa,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, good. I think we are ready to come back from our recess. Are you ready?
I definitely am.
Awesome, great. Okay, well, we're back from our lunch and recess. And I believe, Mr. Verhule, you have some redirect questions for, there he is, Mr. Warner. Who are we missing? There's Mr. Yar, there's the commissioner. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Warner, I just have a couple of redirect questions. The first one, and this goes back to some of the questions from the hearing examiner with respect to the benefits of the BESS system. Does the BESS in this case potentially increase Pnm's utilization of existing infrastructure?
It does. So, I mean, when we talked a little bit about this earlier, but when we add battery storage, we're going to be able to increase the amount of solar that's connected to the system. So we're actually able to optimize and increase the capability on our distribution feeders. So.
Okay. And my second question, this really relates to the, sort of overall goal and the need for this project, which has been asked multiple times. As a distribution system designer, do you consider it acceptable to leave these two feeders the way they are today?
No, it isn't. And that's actually why we're bringing forward solutions. So we think that we've actually brought forward a solution that is a non-wires alternative that delivers benefits to customers on these feeders, but also to system benefits. And we've talked quite a bit in detail about those, and you can go through that table to see each one of the benefits, but the solutions need to be brought forward to actually solve or correct the issues on these feeders.
And when you've socialized these solutions with stakeholders, what's been the reaction?
It's actually been very positive. So, I mean, some of the feedback you saw from the stakeholders is they actually felt like this was pioneering and an example for other utilities to follow as well. Battery storage on the system isn't a new concept, but the deployment and some of the practices that we're putting forward are really advancing what we believe will become the carbon-free grid of the future. So it's a non-wires alternative that's meeting the requirements of the Energy Transition Act. And really expanding our learning capabilities, but expanding customer participation in this process as well. There's been a lot of support from stakeholders across the board. So,
okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Do any of the parties have questions based upon my questions, the commissioner's questions, or the redirect?
Staff has
Let's just.
No.
Very well. Let the record reflect then that there's no questions from the parties. Commissioner Ellison, do you have further questions, sir?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have a few more, and that's the danger in giving me time to think over lunch. One question I have is, this seems pretty deeply in grid modernization territory, the non-wires alternative. Why did you not choose to submit this as part of your grid modernization application?
It's a great question. So, and there's a pretty complex, so I'll try to break it down. So the application that we have in our grid mod are really the building blocks and technologies that we need to operate and design the distribution system of the grid of the future. So the two-way energy management, and we can go through all those specifics, but we'll just say that the grid mod application and the technologies are really the building block. Then when we go look at the distribution batteries, This is a little bit what we talked about when Mark Fenton was on the stand. Because batteries are identified in the CCN, we felt like we needed to bring forth the first application through a CCN process. If there's a different process by which, and that I don't want to expand any more than what Mark Fenton did, but that's where we kind of start opening the door. Is there another process? What's the appropriate methodology by which we actually deploy distribution battery projects? So.
Okay, and I guess along the lines of what, hearing examiner Hurst was asking, that, you said that you really see this as not just a, one-off project to address these two feeders, but that, this is an approach that you're considering in general for feeders that are heavily subscribed with DG Solar. Wouldn't it make sense to have, to submit sort of a comprehensive plan for, this is our view for, how we're going to deal with the situation with these oversubscribed feeders, and this is our initial step, and we're thinking about rolling it out for all the feeders. Wouldn't it make sense to present an overall plan for your system and show how this initial project fits into that plan?
Yeah, we'd be happy to show you some of those details, and I'll just really briefly, and we can go into a lot more detail in this in another setting if that's appropriate, but here's just a few things that I would like you maybe to grab a hold of. So the first concept is when we start integrating DERs on the system, when we get to 35% of the feeder rating at DER, we need, so this is a planning criteria. At that point, it would trigger the need for integrated volt VAR. Okay. And you can tie all these back to DOE references and other references, but 35% would trigger integrated volt VAR. At 60% of the feeder rating, it'll trigger energy storage at a 2-to-1 ratio. So you would increment up DERs, you would add storage at a 2-to-1 ratio. And then when we get to 80% plus daytime min load, we would add storage at a 1-to-1 ratio. So those start becoming the planning criteria. And we talked about the next level of criteria is once the feeder gets up to 150% of DER and 50% of the batteries is battery storage, that would then trigger upgrades, either being a reconfiguration of the feeder or building out another distribution feeder. You have to expand the system to accommodate more DERs. So that's a planning criteria by which we're planning the DER adoptions into the distribution system today.
Okay, that's very helpful. But I guess my overall point here is that, it would be nice to see, this application not as sort of a one-off standalone piecemeal type of approach, but to see it as part of a, integrated into part of your overall planning. At least for me, that would be helpful to understand.
Yeah, we're happy to come and share any of those presentations or information with you to help have insight. This is one of those chicken or the egg. So we're producing this. We don't want to necessarily call it a pilot because we don't think it's a pilot. This is our first step, the first 2 battery. We mentioned previously and I'll use the round number of 20 feeders on our system that would need an additional 6 megawatts of storage. I mean, those are just some round numbers that you could hold on to. And then when community solar comes forward, that could be another 10 feeders. We don't know which feeders those are at this point in time. Again, we're just referencing those as round numbers for conversation so people start understanding what the impacts or what this overall plan look like.
I'm sorry, what this overall what looks like?
Overall plan.
Thank you.
And you mentioned, Mr. Warner, integrated volt VAR controls, and I believe that was also part of the grid mod application. What technology is used to achieve that?
You bet. So what, this is like diving in the weeds, so you'll get me to all nerd out. But what we do is we install capacitors on the distribution feeder. They're strategically placed, and then they're coordinated with the substation tap changers, which allow you to move the voltage as well. So, and then you need voltage sensing along the feeder as well, right? So it goes back to the concept, we need to know how the voltage is performing at different points along the feeder. So you coordinate all that through a control. And one of the terms we use is ADMS, Advanced Distribution Management System. And it's the ability to manage the voltage on the feeder and coordinate all those devices in synchronization to manage the voltage.
And so how does the cost of that, so your capacitor bank, your tap changing, your ADMS system, how does the cost of that compared with the cost of a battery like we're looking at here?
I wouldn't look at them as a cost comparison. So these are technologies that stack. So we would, when we reach 35%, we need the integrated volt var management on a feeder. That system still stays on the feeder, and then we will integrate battery storage also onto the distribution feeder. So it's not one or the other. It's not a replacement of technology. They're additive technologies to do management on the feeder.
Do you have volt var controls on any of your feeders now?
Those are in our application for our grid mod application.
So you're well
We do
above
not.
35% on all of these 20 at least, and you don't have that. Well, what would the, so having volt var, integrated volt var control, how much could that resolve the problems with power quality that you're presumably experiencing with these two feeders? So if instead of the two battery projects, we were to consider the integrated volt var controls for these two feeders, to what extent would that alleviate the power quality concerns?
Yeah, again, I mentioned the planning criteria. So when we hit 60%, we need energy storage so we can do energy management, which allows us to do the voltage or the power quality. It's not one technology or the other. They're really additive technologies. And I want to be clear too, like our system, when we start building out the carbon-free grid, we're going to have energy storage on the system so that we're not curtailing renewables. And that's a real reality as we start integrating more and more DERs. So the battery storage is a requirement to get there and do the power quality management when we start increasing the DERs integrated on those feeders above the 60% threshold.
And the curtailment issue, is that an issue of voltage on the feeder, or is that more of a bulk power system level issue that you're just getting too much generation at the wrong time?
Yeah, it's more of a bulk power system issue.
Right. But I would be curious to what extent the volt var controls could, I understand that they're not going to deal with this curtailment issue going forward, but to what extent they could resolve your immediate concern, which is the voltage excursions, if they could completely resolve this issue of voltage excursions on these two feeders or not.
I'll go back to what I answered previously, and I don't need to restate it. So our planning criteria is when we get to 60%, we'll need energy storage to do the voltage management on those feeders.
So again, you feel that the volt var, integrated volt var in and of itself would be insufficient to do voltage management when you're looking at solar DG levels like you see on these lines.
Above 60%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Commissioner, did you have an opportunity to review the pages mentioned by P&M Council to see whether or not those were sufficient to answer your provide you with the information you needed in bench request 3?
Sorry, I'm honestly just looking at this now, and is it it's the South Coors substation, not the South Valley that the battery go into, correct?
Madam Hearing Examiner, should I answer?
Well, I'm looking at pages, I think you indicated pages 59 and 60.
Mm-hmm.
And page 59 says South Coors Substation PV site.
That's the title, Madam Hearing Examiner, and then it's got the South Valley solar facility on the diagram itself. If you just look down a little further onto the map, it shows you where the substation is, and then it shows you where the South Valley solar facility is. I mean,
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear what, we've got green points and red points, and, I'm honestly not clear what I'm looking at here.
Madam Hearing Examiner, it may be more appropriate for you or I to share this exhibit, even though it's in Mr.
Maybe we should wait for Mr. McIntosh.
Well, I was going to suggest it may be applicable to Mr. Warner, since he's really the P&M Director of Distribution Planning.
Okay.
Mr. McIntosh is our consultant, but I'll defer to.
Okay. Well, they were attached to Mr. McIntosh's testimony, right?
They were.
Okay. But if Mr. Warner feels capable of looking at them, then we can look at them.
And I'm putting my witness on the spot here, which I apologize for.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Warner. This is not the right page. Go back 59 and 60. Okay. Are you familiar with that exhibit, Mr. Warner?
I am.
And can you generally explain what this is supposed to represent and what all the little different colors mean in this exhibit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at the top, you see this is a one line, we call it the model for our distribution planning. And this model represents the distribution feeder. And the key characteristics were the ones that we were talking about earlier that were in question. So the South Coors substation is the substation that the transformer feeds the distribution feeder that we're referencing here. And then there's a reference to the South Valley solar site. South Valley PV is the solar site. That's the location that the battery storage will be interconnected at, is at that location. So you can see the feeder, it weaves through communities, supplying residential, commercial, a mix of different customer types. Those are represented.
And the feeder, wait a second. The feeder is that broken orange line?
It's the broken orange line and the solid line that's kind of embedded underneath it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And We represent the feeder as like a 3-phase and then a single phase lateral. And that's kind of the difference between the solid line and the dashed lines is to signify the, single phase versus 3-phase. And then we model in the modeling, they're dropping, that's basically load and solar generation that's on the feeder. This is like getting way into the weeds, but it's just, this is the model that builds the hosting capacity by which we can run analysis on the feeder and the characteristics of how it performs.
Well, what are all the little green things and all the little blue things?
Yeah, so they represent like solar interconnection and load characteristics that are on the feeder.
Because the green things look like houses.
Yeah, and some of them look like fuses, things like that. So they're different devices that are on the feeder.
And the 3-phase is the solid line and your dotted line is a single phase. Is that right?
It is.
And this is all, well, I guess this is all coming out of that one South Coors substation, but is it all the same feeder?
This is all the same feeder. There's multiple feeders that come out of South Coors, but this is the feeder that the solar site. So that's South Coors 12 feeder.
Okay. Well,
And then-
I guess, if there's the equivalent of this for the other site, I guess I'm relatively okay with that as a representation.
Well, let's look at page 60, Mr. Warner. And what is this?
So this is the Tomei substation. And then the Rio del Oro PV site is the Rio del Oro site. So that's the Rio del Oro solar. And you see that there's a long lateral that runs out to that site.
And so you've got 3-phase all the way from the substation to the site.
I'm
Correct.
sorry, from the substation to the, I didn't catch that
To the
last word.
site, to the PV generation site.
That's correct.
It is.
But it doesn't seem like the ideal location to adjust the voltage for all of these customers. Would you agree?
Well, this goes back that every feeder has a different characteristics. And so modeling and studying is one of the values. Actually applying it, put the technology in, and then testing it is the other. So there's every feeder again is going to have slightly different characteristics, and there's going to be value in adding storage to the solar so that we're not curtailing and we can operate the feeder inside of its performance.
Yeah, I understand.
And then what's at 86? '86 through '89, so that's just a banner. So 87. What is this, Mr. Warner?
This map, you're getting me into Lucas McIntosh's testimony, but this one is showing physically where the substation is at, and you can see streets and cross streets on there, and then where the solar site is physically located. So that distribution feeder is going to snake through the community, and we saw the map prior, it's picking up customers along the way, and then, it drops to the solar site there. So you kind of get a reference for what type of development or what the land looks like that's around the locations, being the substation and the solar site.
And then page
South Coors.
88. How is this different than the other one?
It's not. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And is there an explanation of you've got the color scheme, well, I guess this is not your testimony, Mr. Warner, so, but there really isn't an explanation of the units here.
Yeah, it's embedded in the testimony. I'm stealing some of his thunder, but
Okay.
this was the valuation
Okay.
that determined. I
And
apologize.
so this is similar for pages 90 through 93, correct? For the other site?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, where you have the map. And then you have the feeder representation with the little green things. Is that correct?
It is.
Commissioner, do you want to, like I say, we can always ask Mr. McIntosh about these to determine whether or not this is the kind of information that you were looking for.
Right, that's fine. You know, I feel a bit more comfortable now having seen that at least this much information is there. So it's helpful.
Okay, well, I'll reserve whether or not this satisfies bench request 3 until the commissioners had the opportunity to vet the information with the witness who's actually going to offer it. Okay, very well. Commissioner Ellison, any further questions for Mr. Warner?
No, I've
No.
asked enough today.
All right. Anything further? Any thing further from P&M for Mr. Warner?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Mr. Warner, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you all.
All right. Mr. Verheuel, P&M has another witness.
We do. At this time, P&M calls Lucas McIntosh. I don't know if he's waiting in the waiting room.
Don't see him yet.
Apologize, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have 3 of my witnesses in a remote location, so we're doing our best to get everyone on as soon as possible.
You're not giving people time off, are you?
No, ma'am. And we are docking Mr. Fenton's pay as you directed.
There he is.
Good.
It's always interesting to get the witness's response. You're what? There you are. Hello there, Mr. McIntosh. You just need to unmute yourself. Go ahead, sir. Oh, you actually already called him. Melissa, would you please swear in the witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Verheuel?
Good afternoon, Mr. McIntosh. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Lucas McIntosh. My job title is Managing Director at Burns & McDonnell Engineering Company.
Do you have before you what's been labeled as P&M Exhibit 5?
I do.
What is that?
That is my direct testimony filed on May 3rd. I believe May 3rd. Yes.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, I move to admit PNM Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Mr. McIntosh, you have exhibits to your testimony?
I have exhibits 5, which is my direct testimony, and then my exhibit 6 is my rebuttal testimony filed on.
Well, let's just stick with 5. We haven't gotten to 6 yet.
Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry.
But you have attachments to your testimony in exhibit 5.
Excuse me. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, I have attachments. The report originally filed or conducted in 2021 is the primary attachment.
And that attachment was prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, with the help of other engineers for sure.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 5, Mr. McIntosh's direct testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 5 is admitted. Mr. I don't know why I'm struggling. Verhule.
Yes, everyone does. Thank you. Mr. McIntosh, do you have before you what's been labeled PNM Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is that?
That is my rebuttal testimony filed on September 7th.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
I asked you the same questions today. Would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Move to enter PNM Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified by Mr. McIntosh as his rebuttal testimony? Hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 6 is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning at this time.
Very well. Do any of the parties have any questions for Mr. McIntosh?
Questions?
Hearing Mr. Nope. Okay. No one has any questions. Good afternoon, Mr. McIntosh. You probably have been waiting for your turn and have been listening on YouTube, hopefully, and that's where we're going to start. So why don't we look at your what was identified as pages 59 through 60, 86 through 89, and 90 through 93 of your testimony. So we'll start back at 59. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be brief. As Mr. Werner, witness Werner, kind of explained, those are visual depictions of a digital model used in specialty software to simulate power flow on distribution feeders. And so most commonly done is that they're modeled one feeder at a time. And it kind of depicts a digital version of the physical infrastructure that we can then model or simulate how we think power is going to flow based on known conditions, both load and distributed generation supply, and obviously also then test modifications to that system prior to implementing them in the physical world.
This software have a name?
Yes, this I believe there's multiple ones, but this one is Synergy.
And can you give us a sort of a key to like colors and
yes.
structures?
Green
like
is
the thing that looks like a house?
Yeah, those are loads. And as you can see, loads aren't always modeled with every single house in that level of fidelity. Oftentimes loads are grouped based on distribution transformers or different known parts of the system. rather than going to the effort and granularity of modeling every single premise, if you will. That's why
And-
if you saw a load for every premise, there'd be a lot more of them. The red things are grid devices, excuse me. So like switches, reclosers, regulators, etc.
And what about the blue?
Blue are also the sensing points. Those are points that we're actually, you see how it like as a wave. Those are points that we're actually getting and monitoring readings of, digital readings and simulated readings, of course. So they're not physical sensors. They're digital sensors that we put into the models. Because those are the points of interest that we're monitoring. So they might be a place where generation is interconnected, et cetera. To your point, the most important reason for including this and to bringing it up is to demonstrate the relative position of the point of the site of interest and the origin or connection to the grid at the substation. And to also represent what's kind of around. So the map may be more useful in this context, which is on 89 or 86, whatever page that was, that shows the physical. Yeah, that one. Which simply shows an actual map of the community and roads and streets around. And you can see the relative position of the PV plant site.
And
This is just a repeat of the simulation, but now there are results. So the red course of so now instead of tan or brown wires, you can see the results are now relative to the legend showing under certain conditions, which I don't know if all the conditions are described here, shows the situation of power flow. And I assume that those are, in this instance, if I can't recollect, but my guess is that those might be megawatts on the scale to the left.
oh, under the color scheme.
So those pertain to the color of the lines. And so if you look at the next page, you'll see the line colors change, which is simulating a different scenario or condition where we've added the battery. And you see some of the lines now turn to blue and yellow, respectively. So this table then demonstrates a summary of reverse power flow, the value being negative 3.5 megawatts, load composition, residential and community, hosting capacity, score, and the stiffness ratio, both of which are part of the evaluation we did. Again, sorry, apologize for dragging into the technical details. This was really intended to just answer the question of where the site is relative to the overarching circuit or feeder.
Mr. Ellison, are you ready to ask Mr. McIntosh questions about these pages 59 through 60, 86 through 89, and 90 through 93?
Sure. Hi, Mr. McIntosh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you did this modeling with Synergy, were you looking at the voltage on various points in the distribution system?
Yes.
Were you, without the battery, were you seeing excursions beyond the ANSI standards?
Yes, I think I can't recall all the conditions. And again, I want to reiterate that when you use the model, it's a snapshot in time. It is a single load condition. It doesn't simulate the dynamic load conditions over time. So oftentimes it's a situation where we would say, okay, now all the solar is generating, and that's why it's red. I'd have to reorient myself on some of the detailed magnitudes and conditions. So if we wanted to, I think we could set a time to go over those in detail. If
I see. So you don't recall what the voltage levels
this was done in
were without the
2000.
batteries.
This was done in 2021.
Oh, I see. Okay. This is a 2023 docket, so
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from that context. Did you consider in your analysis alternatives to batteries for dealing with the voltage issues, the power quality issues?
The objective of our study was not to do a single kind of assessment of all of these conditions. It was the objective of our study, and I'm just making sure that I reference parts of my testimony that might be relevant, was to really look at the potential impacts of BESS. That was the objective. So our study really focused on not only applying BESS to these targeted feeders selected by PNM, but also to evaluate some of the potential benefits or impacts from those, and to try and optimize size to achieve certain objectives.
So your objective was not to look at least cost alternatives to dealing with the power quality issue. You were asked to focus on the best solution and to quantify some of the benefits of that.
That's right. Again, I want to remind that in 2021, the objective was slightly different. The objective was, hey, we have problems. We want to get some quantifiable estimates and simulations done to assess the impacts of batteries and their potential. The broader comparison to alternatives was done outside of the scope of this assessment.
Do you, as a distribution engineer, do you believe that integrated volt VAR could be an alternative to solving some of these power quality issues?
Integrated volt VAR, as Omni referred, is a component of power quality, and honestly, any integrated volt VAR can add value and improve power quality, as well as potentially help us reduce voltage to customers under all loading conditions, not just stressful loading conditions that are represented by high integration of distributed generation, or high penetration, excuse me, of distributed generation. But it can help mitigate and or measure, sense, and obviously send signals to what our potential needs are for activities. Could it be switching load to other feeders if that's an option, or taking other operational actions like that?
So if we focus on this narrow issue of power quality, of voltage, keeping voltage within a specified range, could integrated volt VAR be an alternative to the batteries that are being proposed?
No, it's not an alternative. They have very different levels of and magnitudes of impact. So volt VAR might be able to help mitigate within 1 to 2%, whereas a battery of this magnitude relative to the distributed generation is on par or on magnitude with megawatts of distributed generation, and can help counterbalance large swings and make large impacts to the system.
So you're saying the volt VAR controls can only alter voltage by 1 or 2%?
Yes, roughly. The attenuations are limited because we have to keep ultimately voltage decays in around that amount, aka losses or voltage, and so it's really it is an attenuation mechanism. It is not a scale mitigation method, in my opinion.
So it sounds like it might not be very useful if it can only do a 1 or 2% adjustment.
Well, it's very useful in the general context of maintaining voltage profiles across the feeder that are decaying with minimal losses, and it can also help achieve voltage conservation, which over 8,760 hours of a year can actually lead to some energy conservation that's measurable.
But if it can only alter voltage by 1 or 2%,
it can only reduce voltage issues by 1 or 2%, which essentially reduce energy by 1 or 2%, because we have a narrow band on the ANSI standard. Locally, at a very, like if you're right by a voltage regulator, it can alter voltage more significantly than that. Sorry, it's kind of complicated, but the various devices all have various impacts and trade-offs for managing and affecting voltage.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Madam Hearing Examiner, I think those are all the questions I have, and I've got to attend another meeting, so I'll need to sign off for now.
Commissioner, if I could just find out from you before you go, did the information contained in Mr. McIntosh's exhibits to his testimony provide you with the information that you had requested in bench request 3, or does PNM still need to try to find additional information?
You know, I think it's close enough. I mean, ideally, I would like to see those synergy diagrams on top of a map. You know, that would provide me the most information, but you know, I can kind of look at what's there and get an idea.
So the answer is you would still like PNM to try to put.
No, I think for now, I think I'm not going to make that request. For now, I think I'm okay. And if I should decide later, I'll come back with a request. But you know, for now, I think I can understand what I need to based on what's been supplied.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Great. Thank you very much.
I will consider bench request 3 answered at this particular time. Mr. McIntosh, I didn't have too many questions with regard to what I could understand of your direct basically, it appears to me that Burns and McDonnell was contracted to provide not only the initial analysis, but also a financial component. Was that separate, or was that a separate job, or was that included in the first part?
Are you referring to the energy arbitrage calculations?
Yes,
or-
sir. Uh-huh.
That was a part of the same report and effort.
Oh, okay. And do you still have responsibilities or do you have some kind of continuing responsibility with regard to what you've provided them?
Well, no, the analysis conducted in 2021 is complete. And that objective of that analysis was to answer the question and address curiosity of, hey, if an asset like this were to be applied 100% dedicated to energy arbitrage, what would and what could the value, the expected price, energy price fluctuations seen by PNM offer in terms of monetization of that arbitrage activity? It was an idealistic analysis looking back at historical prices and essentially saying, if we happen to have a battery of this size and we were exposed to these interpolated prices, and I will explain the interpolated prices for you if you're interested.
Oh, good. Yes.
Going to be next. The interpolated prices were used because of a lack of direct market prices for PNM based on their pre-EIM, market situation. So we took known nodal points in and around the area, and interpolating them means essentially averaging them to get a quote unquote effective price or expected price for any battery in the general vicinity, because we didn't have, we weren't doing that analysis per site. And there isn't nodal prices at that granularity. It was not based on historical numbers.
Well, based on what was modeled in the study, how likely do you think it's going to be that they're actually going to engage in the arbitrage selling of excess energy?
That's one of the challenges of such a flexible asset like energy storage. I think, as we've discussed, the main objectives of these assets will be to serve local infrastructure needs and to mitigate power flows, as well as to unlock additional hosting capacity on this local infrastructure, aka circuits. However, if that operational experience demonstrates a significant amount of idle time for the asset that is predictable and reliable, then there could be significant portions of time during the course of the year, or even if you look more granular, a day, a week, that the asset could be allocated for either capacity or arbitrage. And that's where I think these first two units will provide PNM with some great operational experience and attenuation.
So basically, they don't know at this point. I mean,
It's
obviously,
difficult to predict. As you know, we don't even try to predict prices. We use historical prices to eliminate the and you saw, and I don't, if as you see in some of the prices, there's lots of events that can be occur that have big impacts on prices, right? Like Winter Storm Uri and others that you would never predict those in your forward forecasting model, but in hindsight, they can demonstrate great opportunity or great risk depending on the situation.
yeah, I wasn't going to ask that question, but since you brought it up, I did have a question about that section. And if you look at page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you're continuing to answer the question that was posed on page 3 of line 19. What was the result of your price comparison between the interpolated nodal prices used in the original study with historical EIM nodal prices. And you talk about the events that you just mentioned in your testimony. And at line 8 on page 5, you say, aside from those events, EIM data show larger variance in quartiles, in parenthesis boxes, and higher magnitude values relative to the proxy price data. That was your testimony?
Yes, it was.
What does that mean?
I apologize for all the descriptors in that, but in a nutshell, it means that our comparison of EIM prices to the legacy interpolated prices that we used in the initial analysis demonstrate similar fluctuation and/or volatility in pricing that represent what we believe to be, and we haven't redone the analysis, but we believe to be a comparable, if not greater, potential for energy arbitrage in relation to the initial analysis. That was a lot of words to say. The fluctuation in the new EIM is comparable to the interpolated prices, and we'd expect similar results.
Okay. I guess sort of I want to make sure I got the right takeaway here from your testimony. If you look at your rebuttal testimony on page 8, section 4, which is your conclusion, the first line, line 15, and this is answering, do you have any concluding remarks? Well, of course you do. So you begin answering at line 15. In general, operation of a BESS will depend heavily on its use cases. EIM participation or wholesale market price fluctuations may or may not directly impact BESS operation if that system's priority is to unlock hosting capacity on circuits without upgrading distribution infrastructure. Under that objective, there may be many instances that BESS will not be available for executing energy arbitrage at optimum market times, i.e. charging at the lowest market price and discharging at the highest market prices. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I take away from this is there may be a lot of benefits and potential uses, and there may be opportunities to actually defray some costs or make some money. But the bottom line is it's going to depend on what uses BESS is actually operating toward. Is that correct?
It is, and I'll paraphrase with while it is a flexible asset, it's hard for it to necessarily accomplish two goals at the same time if those objectives are in conflict. The fact that a distributed asset is connected to what we call the edge of the grid, right? A circuit downstream of lots of other infrastructure, it doesn't have the same market freedoms as something that's connected to the transmission system. And
Sure.
That also means that its objective not only is focused on local infrastructure, but it's also limited by local infrastructure at times. But we do see, and we expect there to be some alignment between the local objectives and the bulk objectives, aka market.
And just because I don't remember specifically if you answered this, do you have any continuing responsibilities with regard to this project other than testifying here today?
No, not under contract.
Do you anticipate, since we've been told that this is the beginning potentially of many projects, that you'll be doing more analysis on those projects?
I am ready and willing to support PNM as necessary.
So maybe?
Yes, maybe. It is undetermined at this time.
Okay, very well. Any redirect, Mr. Verhule?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Anyone have any questions based on my questions for Mr. McIntosh? Not hearing any? Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
You have another witness, sir.
I have a final witness, Madam Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Jason Jones.
Maybe.
Maybe. I hope
There
he's
we go.
good.
No, he's there. The mouse was not working. Go ahead, sir. Oh, we need to swear the witness. Melissa, would you please? Once we get him?
Here.
We're all here. Where did he go? Excuse me. Well, we'll try again. How remote is he?
Washington, D.C.
Some could consider that as being remote. However, my experience in having been there a few years ago is that there was a lot of technology there. So
Mr. Warner was testifying from the same location, so I'm not certain what happened. Is he not showing up as trying to get in again? Okay.
Nope. There he goes.
Good.
Let's try that again.
Hey.
There you are, Mr. Jones. Hello there.
Hello. I was here and then I wasn't.
Yeah, I know. We didn't know that being magician was part of your skill set there. So excellent. Keeping us on our toes. Melissa, would you please swear Mr. Jones in?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Jason Jones and I'm the Director of Utility Operations Technology.
Do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit 7?
I do.
What is that?
It's my direct testimony.
Was that filed on May 3rd of this year?
Yes,
Okay. Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
The only correction is I have a new job title now.
Okay. If I asked you the same questions today other than about your job title, would the answers be the same?
Yes,
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this point, I would move to admit PNM Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Mr. Jones, you have several pages of exhibits attached to your testimony, don't you?
I do.
And I am concerned right now with what has been referenced as JJ-2 attached to your testimony as one of your attachments. And I'm not going to show it yet on the screen, but at the bottom of the page of that, several of pages, but I'm just referencing the first page of your attachment JJ-2, to the left-hand side of that page, it says confidential and proprietary to company. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Is this in fact a confidential and proprietary document that has been filed in the public domain? Not now, huh?
Not now. I believe that the confidential information has been redacted. And I'm flipping through it now. You've got me
Okay,
concerned.
yeah. Like I say, well, I was concerned when I looked at your testimony. So like I say, I'm not gonna put it up on the screen yet, but
Yeah, I think I'm fairly confident that any confidential material's been redacted or removed. So it looks like we've missed removing the confidential and proprietary part.
well, there's a big black box on, no, I'm in 33. I went too far. But as far as 2, you think that's the public version of that document?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so let's go on to JJ3, which is a document of 233 pages. And that's entitled, is it Powen or Powen?
It's Powen.
Powen. Powen Equipment Purchase Agreement between P&M and Powen. And I don't see that document has been labeled as confidential, but it does appear to me that there have been some redactions to that document. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
To make it non-confidential.
Can you tell me what's been redacted specifically?
It's specific terms of proprietary information that might be in the contract. There's certain guarantees, certain technical information that Powen didn't want shared in a public environment.
Do you share any of that information with the parties?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you know whether any of the other attachments to your exhibits were labeled as confidential?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With that clarification, is there any objection to what Mr. Jones has identified as his direct testimony and labeled as P&M Exhibit 7? Hearing no objection, P&M Exhibit 7 is admitted. Mr. Poole.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. At this point, I offer the witness for questioning.
Do any of the parties have any questions for Mr. Jones? Hearing none, I've got a few questions for you. And I think you've answered. So well, I guess I wanted to know whether or not, are you familiar, has Powen had contracts with P&M before?
No, this is our first contract with Palin.
How's it going so far?
It's going good.
Okay,
They've been very collaborative, and we've been able to, certainly on all the technical issues, work closely together to ensure that we have a good design that meets our criteria.
and I don't know if I'm gonna do the questions justice or not, but my understanding is you had 2 questions that were referred to you from Mr. Fenton. Were you watching?
I was watching.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I believe one of the commissioners asked a question about when these analysis and these projections are being done. At what point do you have an idea of what the costs are going to be in the process?
So we put together preliminary designs and preliminary solutions, and at that point we start looking for price ranges of what the solutions may cost. So it's fairly early on. It's before we start getting into any sort of detailed design. But essentially we go out and we do due diligence, and then we work with partners to get estimates and quotes, and so it's not too far along in the process generally. In this particular case, because of market, the way the markets have been purchasing equipment and basically just the disruptions with COVID and supply chain, it was more challenging, and getting firm pricing was much harder than it has been in the past, which Mr. Fenton also, I believe, talked about, leading us to have to put in down payments and things like that down to secure pricing.
As part of your information gathering process, do you typically contact other utilities? And try to get information about either what services or have they been happy with a particular contractor, or is that something that is done collaboratively or not?
We do. The utility world is pretty small, and we generally know each other. And we do look for references, and we talk to other utilities and learn their experiences and what challenges or what benefits that they've had using different vendors.
And does that extend to, hey, I'm looking at doing battery storage and we're thinking, it's going to cost X. What experience? I mean, do you actually talk money?
High level, we'll talk generally, but yeah, sharing, detailed quotes and things like that it goes against our NDAs, our non-disclosure agreements. And so generally speaking, it's at a high level.
Okay, so people don't get together and brag, hey, I got that for, $10 million less than you did.
No, not typically.
Okay.
Usually it's more complaining about, not getting, don't they know who we are? Those type of, but.
Did you ever go together with, with some other utility or cooperative to purchase things on a either equipment or work for a particular geographical project that you might have in an area that's near where somebody else might serve?
I don't think that's unheard of, but that's not something that we've done recently.
Okay. What are ancillary services?
So ancillary services, and I think I actually have something in
I'm
my
looking on
testimony
page
on them.
3. You're answering the question posed from page 2. Why is P&M pursuing utility-owned battery storage for use on its distribution system? That's a question posed at lines 18 and 19. And the answer continues on to page 3. And at line 1, you say, will allow P&M to provide ancillary services.
Yeah, let me look. I know I have it in my testimony. And I was looking at it before I got on Zoom. So of course, when you makes it hard to find. But ancillary services are things like the voltage control and frequency control, reserve margin. It's basically, if you think of it as services beyond basically megawatts. So if you need something, if you need frequency response, like the frequency isn't high enough or is too low, the battery can help resolve that. So all of issues that kind of fall in the non-load providing aspect are considered ancillary services.
Okay. And then I see lower or later on in that page, you're answering the question posed at line 12 and 13. What role does the BESS project play in P&M's BESS strategy for its distribution system? You indicate at line 17, 5 additional P&M owned solar sites interconnected on the distribution system have been evaluated for additional BESS installations. That's correct.
That's correct.
So potentially then, if P&M is successful in the application in this case, it could be ready to go pretty soon on those 5 additional solar sites.
Right, that's correct, and those sites all are part of the 20 sites that Mr. Warner was referencing. So we
And are these 5 sites were analyzed under the analysis that's been offered here in this case?
yes, that's correct.
And I don't know, I may need help on this one, but I think one of the commissioners asked you a question or asked Mr. Fenton a question who he's paying you to answer about inverters.
Yeah, so these, if I remember the question right, it had to do with grid forming inverters as opposed to grid following inverters. Am I remembering right?
You're remembering better than I did. My note is pretty sparse, so let's go with that and tell me the difference.
Yeah, so grid following inverters rely on a connection to the grid to determine what frequency they operate at. Grid forming inverters can set the frequency. So grid forming inverters can operate independent of the grid as opposed to grid following inverters. And for these 2 projects, we did grid forming inverters so that it gives us more capability and more resiliency. Should there be an outage and we need to rely on the batteries to help provide backup power independent of the grid or a situation like that. That's not the primary purpose that we're, applying for the batteries, but it gives us more optionality.
And capability of what?
More capability of operating, and they're essentially trying to think of another way to explain it. So if the batteries can operate independent of being connected to the grid, they can be used to almost like a black start situation, where they can be used to power those feeders independent of the grid should there be a need to.
And then on page 4, we get to the safety issue. And I was hoping that the chemical engineer could help me on that. And I guess he's deferred the chemistry part to you. And you are a mechanical engineer. Is that correct?
That is true. That is all true.
Okay. And so on page 4, my understanding of your testimony is that the type of batteries that PNM proposes to you in the BESS are different than some of these batteries that have been having fire issues. Is that correct?
It could be. So then there's two major types of chemistries that are used today that are readily marketed, and they're both based on lithium ion technology. The chemistry that we're proposing is lithium iron phosphate that has less, it's a more stable chemistry and less prone to fires. Fires can still occur, due to poor craftsmanship or poor commissioning or poor, design or something along those lines. But the chemistry component is definitely much safer than the other type that is lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt, which is also used. Both of those chemistries are pretty commonplace now. That's what you find in electric vehicles. So fires do happen occasionally. They're not very common, though they're certainly they're certainly less common with the lithium iron phosphate chemistry than with the others.
Okay. And if you could just explain to me the non-engineer, you testify further on at the end of that page, beginning on line 13 through 16, the use of a vertically integrated, purpose-built, engineered system designed and assembled by a single equipment provider helps ensure safe installation, which also helps mitigate potential fire exposures. I understand the last part of that sentence, Mr. Jones, but what is a vertically integrated, purpose-built engineered system?
So battery systems traditionally are made up of three components or three construction areas. You have the battery cells, which are typically manufactured overseas, and somebody will procure those. And then then you'll hire an integrator who takes those batteries and typically has put them in a shipping container or some sort of container, and then wires the controls and management systems. And then they take those shipping containers and essentially add the construction phase, which connects the inverters and connects it to the grid. The make and model that we've got and what Powen has done is as opposed to using shipping containers, they've designed an enclosure specifically for these batteries to be used by utilities. And so it's an engineered enclosure specific for the batteries that are being bought, specifically designed for with the HVAC controls, the everything that you need for the care and feeding of the battery systems. And so you're not trying to take one component and kind of shove it into another component and then kind of connect it together. It's all the supply chain has been vertically integrated and engineered together, as opposed to taking different pieces and putting them together.
Okay. And then on page 5 of your testimony, you're answering the question posed at line 3, what contracting structure is P&M using for the BESS project? You begin your answer on line 5, and you say, for purposes of BESS project, P&M is using a engineer procure construction management, or EPCM contract structure, which uses multiple prime contractors. That's your testimony?
It is.
You know, if you start using this many acronyms, people are going to accuse you of being in the telecommunications industry in the 2000s. So basically, you're going to use multiple contractors for different phases of the project. So you hired Burns and McDonnell to do the design and costs, correct?
That's correct.
And then you're going to issue this RFP for construction, correct?
That's correct.
Are you going to use more than one construction? Are you going to have more than one construction phase?
No, the plan is to only have one construction phase.
And you say, you're still answering that question on page 5, line 19, P&M is in the process of issuing an RFP for a construction contract for construction task. Can you update me? Is there any new news here?
Yeah, so the RFP's been issued. It was issued about a month and a half ago, and we're waiting for the results of the RFP at the end of the month. And like I said in my testimony, we're still planning on awarding the contract by the end of the fourth quarter of this year.
And is that something that so it's not something P&M can do on its own?
No, we don't have a construction arm for something like this. This is something that we would typically contract for the construction.
Do you know whether or not there are any contractors in New Mexico that have the expertise to do this?
There are, and those are the folks that we solicited. And then also related to, I think I heard another question on the tax credits. We're following all the applicable rules and requirements so that we can be eligible for those tax credits, including their construction requirements. Which I think have to do with hiring a certain number of apprentices, and I don't remember all the details, but.
Okay. And I think it was your testimony. I was trying to get the prior witnesses to characterize the project, but I think it's actually your testimony here on page 6. The question posed at line 9 and at 4 and 5. Why was the EPCM contracting structure chosen for the BESS project? You indicate in your answer begins on line 6, but at lines 14, you say market conditions have led to a seller's market in which the battery suppliers are less willing to focus on a smaller energy storage project, such as the BESS project. So basically, my understanding then is 12 megawatts is a small project in battery terms. Is that correct?
It is a small project in terms of battery projects.
But $25 million is a lot of money. Isn't it?
It is a lot of money. However, the developers and the folks that we've been working with are developing large storage projects in other states, and then, you know, there's a high demand on both the material and the folks that install these projects. And if you're in their shoes, I think you would be chasing larger projects as well. So.
Well, if profit was your main focus, I mean, if you had other goals perhaps that were more or equally important, like loyalty to a certain geographical area, or
Sure.
wanting to actually promote this type of project for, you know, social or environmental reasons, then you might be willing to come in and bid, right?
I think so. You know, part of the reason, if I can expand on the contracting style that we took, we when we initially went out to bid this project, we were looking for an EPC contract, which would be an engineering, procurement, and construct contract, where a third party would do the design, the procurement, and the construction. And as we kind of went through the process, we found it more beneficial for us and our customers if P&M directly oversaw the engineering and procurement, and hence the construction. And by doing so and breaking it up into kind of the different components, it also opened up the ability of more local contract or construction companies to bid on the project. There were several initially that were interested in doing the work, but didn't have an engineering staff or something, like, you know, ran into issues like that. And so they kind of got unintentionally excluded. So doing this particular method actually is allowed those type of companies to bid where otherwise they were not able to.
And I think I heard one of the prior witnesses say that at least that, and you say in your testimony on page 7 at line 15, that P&M already paid $5.32 million to Powell in order to make sure that you were going to be able to get what you needed when you needed, correct?
That's true.
And I know the RFP results are not back yet for the construction. Is it a major component of the 25 million?
No, the major component is the battery supply.
So do you feel like that it's the project is still in keeping with the original estimate?
We do.
In addition to Burns and McDonnell and to Powen and to this contractor, whoever that's going to be, you've indicated on page 9 of your testimony, the question posed at line 17, did P&M have any outside expert assistance in the procurement process? And you begin your answer on line 19, yes, to gain industry-wide perspective on battery energy storage procurements, P&M engaged the assistance of Roger Nagel, PE of Aon?
That's correct.
Aon Energy LLC for commercial review and evaluation of the proposals. And you hired HDR Engineering for the technical specification of technical evaluations. And they assisted in negotiating the agreements with Power.
Yes.
That's your testimony, sir?
Yes.
Do you anticipate the necessity of hiring this type of technical expertise for future battery projects?
No, not necessarily. It was important to hire outside experts this time because it was our first time entering into a contract like this with a battery supplier. We worked with Roger Nagel. We've worked with him a long time, and he's helped us with other, similarly technical contracts. And however, when I don't foresee that being a need every time. To answer your question,
I just wondered if, because I think one of the witnesses had, when I asked about hiring Burns and McDonald and now with these experts, that I thought I heard we're developing internal expertise on some of these issues. Is that correct?
That's a true statement. Yes.
I'm not indicating that one way or the other that P&M should hire them or not hire them. I'm just wondering, like you say, what I'm foreseeing here is 15 or 20 projects, and it's like, okay, are you going to need them, to get in the small room and battle over, the prices or not? But I think you've answered that question. I also wanted to ask you a question about AFUDC on page 11 of your testimony. The question posed at line 14 and 15, how did P&M determine the estimate for taxes, load, and AFUDC? And you indicate on line 17 and 18, the AFUDC was estimated based on a 6% interest rate as applied to the Powen agreement's cash flow. Where did you get 6%?
I believe so I'm not in our finance department, but I believe I reached out to the finance department, and that's the number that they provided.
Does that number change?
AFUDC can change, yes. The way I understand it, once again, I'm not in the finance department, but it does fluctuate.
And I think you've already talked about the tax credit that you testify to on the potential tax credit on page 13. That potentially could qualify for 30%. So I say that could be some serious money, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the other witnesses have talked to this as well, but we're doing everything we intend to do everything necessary to get that tax credit.
And you've already answered the vertically integrated purpose built. But
Yes.
you referenced that again on page 14 of your testimony. Now, you've indicated on page 15 in response to the question posed at line 6 and 7, please generally describe the terms of the Powin agreement. At line 10 through 12, you say the agreements include provisions for technical and field support during equipment receiving and construction, as well as for the commissioning services to be performed by Powin. Can you just elaborate on what services, technical services and support Powin is going to provide?
Sure. When the equipment shows up to site, because it's kind of specialty equipment, Powin and its large energy, between safety and the high dollar amount of the equipment, there's needed to be oversight to ensure that the equipment is installed properly, that it's not damaged during installation, that it's commissioned properly. Each battery supplier has specific procedures and checklists that they go through when installing a battery like this, and ensuring that it's functioning, and all the items that are under warranties, maintain their warranty.
And are these included in the contract price, or will this be an additional charge?
They are included. They were negotiated into the contract.
Okay, and that also includes the limited warranty
Yes.
that you reference on the next page. Yes.
Let me make sure.
Okay. Basically, you
Yeah, the
say
warranty. Yes.
yes. Okay. On the bottom of page 15 at line 21, beginning, an extended performance guarantee is, well, I think that's different. So let me ask about that. An extended performance guarantee is also included for the BESS system capacity through its anticipated 20-year life based on actual operation. What is that?
So the performance guarantee, it's a guarantee from the manufacturer that we will get so much capacity, so based on actual charging cycles, and it's essentially guaranteeing that the battery won't degrade beyond a certain point, or else there'll be damages.
And if P&M gets damages, does that figure into the cost calculation?
Oh, we're not anticipating, the equipment underperforming. So
I understand that, but if P&M were to get some type of liquidated damages on this contract, I mean, is that something that gets shared with people that pay for it, or is that something P&M keeps? If you
I would
know?
imagine it would get shared with the people that pay for it. So
Okay, so then we get to the next sentence on line 1 and 2 of page 16. The Powin agreements also include a 36-month limited commercial warranty on eligible portions of the scope of supply. What does that mean?
So Powin is not only providing the batteries, but also inverters and transformers. And
Okay.
so certain pieces that they are supplying, they are providing warranties for. Other pieces of equipment that might be supplied by others, Powin may not be providing the warranty. It would be the other equipment supplier.
Where is Tualatin, Oregon?
It's not very far outside of Portland.
Did you get to go to the facility to?
We did. We went in and visited with their testing engineers and walked through their facility and did our own assessments and inspections, if you will.
Was it fun?
It was work.
Well, you know what they say, it's a 4-letter word, right?
Yeah. No,
Um,
it was very informative, but it certainly with, yeah, we were still working.
okay, no, I understand. Many moons ago, I can remember walking under Cerrillos Road through what at the time was a US West tunnel underneath Cerrillos Road that housed their equipment. And I thought it was cool.
Sure, yes.
So, since you get to get out and go places and see this new technology, I'm hoping you're having some fun, Mr. Jones, even though it is work.
Certainly.
On page 17 of your testimony, you're talking about anticipated delivery dates. Any change in that at this point?
No, those are still good.
Any chance if, since the commission has been asked to expedite this, and since we've been doing our best to get you scheduled and have a hearing and get things going here, any chance that could speed up?
There's always potential. But right now even the RFPs for construction and things like that are based on the schedule that we laid out. So that's a great question, and certainly that's something that we would try to expedite. But no guarantees, I would say.
Okay. You talk about additional approvals on page 19 of your testimony. Any additional approvals required? And you say it's going to be constructed within the existing fence line. The only potential required permits would be fugitive dust air permits for dust control during the project. Who issues those?
Both of these projects are on county lands, and so it's sort of up to the jurisdiction of the county, and we've already been working with the county on permits and additional, whatever additional requirements they would have to update these sites. And
both counties aren't they 2 counties? Isn't one
two
in
counties? Yeah, Valencia, and that's true.
Okay, so you're working with both?
We are.
Okay, and then the second part, the local fire marshals, is that the same thing? Are you working with 2 different county fire marshals?
I believe, yes, that's true. We haven't started that outreach yet. That'll happen closer to when the project comes online.
Okay, and then further on that page, the question posed at line 9 and 10, what is Pnm's estimate for the annual operating and maintenance expense? And you begin your answer on line 11, a long-term service agreement, or LTSA, for the 2-site project for the first year of operation is valued at $72,000. Which includes preventative maintenance, remote operation center support, and spare parts management. I like that. I want that job. What's your job? I'm in charge of spare parts management. Is the 72,000, is that for each facility or for one?
I think that's for both sites. So typically a long-term service agreement, we would enter one of those, and Powin would be the provider and come and help maintain their own equipment. That's something that we're looking at self-performing, because we're a utility, and I think we have the skill sets. Initially, because this is new to PNM, that's something that we're still evaluating, how much assistance we'd need from the equipment provider ongoing, as opposed to just building those skill sets within PNM.
But at least for the first year, you're going to pay them this $72,000.
We're still
Uh,
evaluating. Yeah, we're still
Okay.
evaluating.
Also wanted to ask you, your testimony on page 20, and you're talking about why question posed at line 3, how does the BESS project serve the public interest? And you're talking about at line 9, the project's ability to provide firm energy during peak load helps P&M meet capacity margin requirements. By increasing system capacity, the BESS project helps to meet some of the system's forecasted needs of additional bulk transmission level and distribution level capacity resources. And then you talk about costs for recent costs for adding capacity to P&M system in the form of fixed capacity agreements. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes.
This recent cost for adding capacity.
I'm sorry, please repeat.
Yes, the reference to recent costs for adding capacity. What are you specifically referencing?
So those costs come from recent energy storage agreements, or ESAs, that contracted resources that P&M has entered into over the last few years.
Okay.
So yeah, PPAs and ESAs, so that's where those costs come from.
That P&M specifically has entered into.
Yes, yes. And I don't know the case numbers and off the top of my head, but that's the basis.
Okay. Well, sir, I think that's all the questions that I have for you. And I think I don't see any more Post-it notes, so I don't think you have any more deferred that I can find. Any redirect, Mr. Verheuel?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from any of the parties about my questions? No. Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time and your excuse, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further from P&M?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no further witnesses, but I would like to clarify with you any outstanding bench requests. You've issued verbally 3 bench requests over the course of this hearing. The third one was regarding the maps and the diagrams that Commissioner Ellison was interested in, and I believe we resolved that based upon Mr. McIntosh's exhibit. And so there's an outstanding one, I believe, regarding the summary of voltage excursions on the 2 feeders that we're talking about. That was also one that was initiated by Commissioner Ellison. I believe the first one had to do with whether or not P&M had considered other types of batteries other than lithium ion or other types of storage solutions in its last IRP. And I provided you with a verbal response to that with a citation. Yes. Do you consider that satisfied, or is there something that we need to file still?
Well, you're the counsel for P&M, and you're making the representation that it's in that case at that particular pages. So I don't need anything further. You're on the record giving the commission that information. The only thing that we have to do, number one, you're correct. I believe bench requests 1 and 3 have been answered. Subject to 3, if the commissioner, it's answered at this time. I'll put it that way. My bench request was, number one was answered, so yes, the bench request 2 is the outstanding one, regarding the voltage data. And, I just want to note for the record that I don't know if the parties at this point are willing to waive this, but the parties do have the opportunity under the commission rules to ask any questions on any outstanding bench requests. And I'm not finding my I think I do it pursuant to, 35K additional evidence. At any stage of the proceeding, the commission or presiding officer may require the production of further evidence upon any issue. Such evidence may, at the discretion of the commissioner or presiding officer, be in writing or presented orally. All parties and staff will be given the opportunity to reply to such evidence submitted and cross-examine the witness under oath. Don't know that I've had them do that before, but always, I'll indicate to the parties now, the bench request information will be considered as evidence in this record. And should you want the opportunity to reply, you'll need to file a appropriate pleading to do that. Okay. With that, anything further from P&M?
Not from Pnm, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Mr. DeSalen, is Mr. Kinney available at this time?
I believe he is, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. If we could just have him, Melissa, how are you doing? Do we need a break or are we okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. So we just need to have him dial in at this time, Mr. Mr. Salem.
Should be doing so. He should be doing so now.
Okay. I'm watching the screen. There he is. Hello there, Mr. Kenny.
Hello, good afternoon.
Melissa, would you please swear Mr. Kenny in?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Kinney. Could you state your name and spell it, please, for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Michael Kenny, Michael Kenney.
And what is your current position, Mr. Kenny?
I'm a senior program manager at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project.
And do you have a business address there?
I do. Business address is 2334 North Broadway, Suite A, Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
And have you prepared testimony, written testimony for this proceeding?
I have.
I'd like to refer you to a document that's been marked as CCAE Exhibit 1. Could you identify it, please?
That is my direct testimony.
And did you prepare it?
Yes.
And are there any corrections that you need to make to it?
No.
So it's, is it accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
And do you adopt it today as your testimony?
I do.
And I'd like to refer you to the document that's been marked as CCAE Exhibit 2. Could you identify that, please?
That would be my resume.
Okay, and is it accurate and up to date?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, we are going to withdraw CCAE Exhibit 3, which is an excerpt from Pnm's response to CCAE's discovery requests. And we're going to replace that with Exhibit 4, which is the complete document. There have been some objections to using excerpts here, so we're just going to ask for the admission of the complete document. So, Mr. Kenny, could you identify the document that's been marked as CCAE Exhibit 4?
Yes, that is the first set of interrogatories to PNM in this case and their responses.
Okay. At this point then, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for the admission of CCAE Exhibit 1, 2, and 4.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Gloria Regensburg for staff. I have not received copies of those exhibits.
I believe they were sent around yesterday.
I don't think I'm on your email. Because I haven't received any email from you on this case.
They should have come from Caitlin Evans, who's a paralegal. She works both for CCAE and for Western Resource Advocates.
Mr. DeSalen, I received an email from Ms. Evans prior to the noon deadline, and it contained a single, what was I think characterized as consolidated exhibits, to which the hearing examiner responded that they needed to be separate exhibits. So I also, I have the single set of consolidated exhibits. Are those marked? Are those marked in the same way that you're referring to them now?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And they were sent out separately. They might have only gone to the hearing examiner as separate documents.
Ms. Regensburg, I just sent you, I just forwarded you my, the email
Okay.
that I received, and I'll give you, I won't rule on, any exhibit that you haven't seen. Were you able through eDocket or some other source to review Mr. Kenny's testimony?
Yes, I did through eDocket.
Okay, and you were able to also review his resume?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. So there is what I've also included. If you can take a look at Exhibit 4, which I think probably is the one that you're interested in. Let me ask whether or not anyone has an objection to CCAE Exhibit 1, Mr. Kenny's testimony as verified by him here today. And hearing no objection, CCAE Exhibit 1 is admitted. And does anyone have any objection to Mr. Kenny's, I think it was an attachment to his testimony, his resume? Hearing no objection, CCAE Exhibit 2 will be admitted. normally I do not like to admit wholesale interrogatories that I have no idea about the relevance, Mr. Gisselin, of the interrogatory. So I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Well, Madam
I
Hearing
am-
Examiner, in another hearing previously, there were objections to introducing excerpts from interrogatories. And so and those objections were sustained. So so for this hearing, I decided it would be better to introduce the entire exhibit. That way there's context for the excerpts and everybody's clear that yes, this is what this document is.
Well, and, you know, I mean, I know in your purported exhibit 3, although I don't know, I'll share it. Just because I thought, is this something that my software did or what? But there we go. I mean, your purported exhibit 3, 1-16, the question was, please describe the parameters for the operation of the BESS and how those parameters will be implemented. Like I say, I don't know where these question marks came from, but the response being the specific operational parameters are currently under consideration, and P&M expects to gain a better understanding once the 2 systems are in service. I mean, like I say, I can see the relevance of that particular question, but not having the opportunity to go through all of them.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think that's why we are introducing exhibit number 4.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, say that I think 1-16 is probably relevant. I don't know about the rest of these. I'll have to, you know, talk with Mr. Kenny about these. But I do understand about excerpts. You know, if I can tell you what my rule is that you don't just pull part of an answer out. You have to have the full question and the full answer on a piece of discovery if you want to introduce it. You don't have to have the full set of interrogatories to do that. It's just when people try to take a few sentences out of something that I find it to be problematic. But okay, I'm going to reserve the ruling on exhibit 4. 1 and 2 are entered. 3 is being withdrawn. And anything further, Mr. Gisselin, or is your witness available for examination?
Mr. Kenny is available for cross-examination.
Very well. Do any of the parties at this point have any questions for Mr. Kenny?
No questions. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
As part of the Pnm's motion to vacate the hearing, they made certain representations upon your behalf, and just a second. I'm logging into my laptop to went to sleep. There we go. In that particular motion, PNM indicated that your testimony contained certain additional recommendations for the commission's consideration of non-wires alternatives, as well as update requirements to the energy arbitrage component of the cost benefit analysis and creation of a robust stakeholder process to present future non-wires opportunities. And PNM claimed that you accepted the conclusions and commitments made by PNM witnesses McIntosh and Fenton in their rebuttal testimonies. And as part of a second procedural order that I issued after I got that motion, you did in fact file an affirmation on behalf of CCAE, didn't you, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that affirmation, you say that specifically that Mr. Fenton addresses both concerns in his rebuttal testimony at pages 5 and 6, and that Mr. McIntosh addressed the energy arbitrage concern in his rebuttal testimony at pages 3 and 8. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that is correct.
And further, you indicated that other than these two issues, those were the only outstanding issues and recommendations that you had made in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you stand by that affirmation here today?
I do.
And I think I understood the rebuttal testimony on the energy arbitrage, but I just want to clarify, Mr. Kenny, in Mr. Fenton's rebuttal testimony, Mr. Fenton agrees with you that stakeholder engagement and input and your input being CCAE is important. On page 5 of Mr. Fenton's rebuttal testimony at lines 4 through 5, he testifies PNM also conducts a robust public advisory process as part, well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted 9 through 12. With that in mind, PNM will commit to continuing stakeholder outreach similar to what was done in this project development prior to the filing of future BESS projects, but does not believe that any specific formal process ordered by the commission is required. So you find that an adequate, the type of process that was utilized in this case to be adequate for future ongoing proceedings. Is that correct, Mr. Kenny?
Yes, PNM did reach out to us prior to filing this case, along with other stakeholders, and discussed what they were proposing and why and what issues they were seeing. And I think that was very helpful in preparing us for this actual application. And so continuing that process for other types of potential non-wires alternatives would be adequate.
Well, it might be adequate for you, Mr. Kenny, and for CCAE, but how do you feel about others? I don't know if you were listening this morning when I had some questions for Mr. Fenton, but you realize that there is a recommendation that some type of expedited or ordinary course determination for future BESS similarly situated projects might be substituted for this type of review, and this expedited one second. (6291) CCN process could be substituted for the less the rule filing under 440. Don't you?
I did hear that discussion earlier this morning.
And that I have concerns that while the process utilized in this case included a lot of different types of participants, that there were other types of participants that I didn't see there. Primarily some specific geographical tied groups and or groups that potentially catered to a lower income P&M customer. Don't you think they have some right to participate in and have notice in future proceedings?
Absolutely. I think to the extent that what occurred in this case is adequate, I stand by. If the question is, for P&M moving forward to just deploy lots of types of non-wireless alternative projects, I would point to my direct testimony where I talk about where other states have implemented a public forum for distribution system planning, where utilities can put forward forward-looking plans of the types of investments they'll need to make on their distribution system, whether that's for batteries, for solar, whether it's, changing actual physical infrastructure like feeders or transformers. And then there is a public process that follows in reviewing those plans. So as opposed to putting forth individual projects. So I guess it would somewhat similarly align with how we do our integrated resource planning. And so it's on starting on page, I suppose,
11?
9 through, and on 11 I get into some more specifics on like how other states have approached it, but the broad discussion 9 through 12. And so, that's a process we see in the region and we believe has value. And so, to the extent that the commission would like to consider some sort of distribution system planning, we would be supportive.
Okay. Mr. Kenny, did you have, did you have any duties or responsibilities for formulating CCA Exhibit 4? The purported interrogatories to P&M 1-1 through 1-16.
Other than indicating we need, that I was referencing interrogatories within my testimony, that we needed to include that information as an exhibit, and directing which interrogatories specifically were being referenced. That's the extent to which I informed or developed CCA Exhibit 4.
Okay, and do you specifically reference in your testimony then a specific exhibit or specific interrogatories?
Yes, 1-16 or CCAE 1-16.
And do you reference any of the other interrogatories?
No.
And CCA -1-16 says, please describe the parameters for the operation of the BESS and how those parameters will be implemented. And the response was the specific operational parameters for the BESS are currently under consideration. P&M expects to gain a better understanding of how to optimize the functionality of the BESS once the two systems are put into place. That was a response.
Yes,
And that's what you incorporated into your testimony?
correct. At page 6 of my direct testimony, lines 12 and 13.
And you didn't do any additional inquiry? You accepted that answer?
That they're still under development.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think that then was a reasonable response to your to interrogatory 1-16?
That they're still determining how to operate the battery. Yes, and through the discussion I've heard this morning about how, there are multiple benefits that are possible, but it really depends on how the battery is used. And so I can understand why they're still, P&M is still developing how exactly it's going to functionalize the battery to try to maximize its benefits, because I think as we heard from witness McIntosh, some of these benefits can't occur at the same time. You have to choose one or the other, or there's some trade-offs that have to be made. So to the extent P&M may not necessarily be able to decide how best to operate it until it's in the field, until you're seeing prices, say in the energy imbalance market, and you don't know how you want to exactly operate the battery in response to those prices until it's there.
All right, sir. Thank you. That's all the questions that I had for you, Mr. Kenny. Mr. Tassailia, do you have any redirect for Mr. Kenny?
No, I do not, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Kenny based upon my questions?
No
No.
question.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kenny, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any objection to CCAE Exhibit 4, the complete interrogatories 1-1 through 1-16.
I have no objection to the admission of the entire thing, but in other hearings, Mr. DeSalen can correct me if I'm wrong, but just the first page, the page with the information that was cited and the affirmation page were included as the exhibit. I guess that's an option, but I have no objection at all to the entire.
I believe since the only exhibit that was referenced in the witness's testimony was 1-16, I will give CCAE the option to do as you have recommended, to have the cover page, to have the question of the interrogatory and answer of the interrogatory, and then the last page with the signature as CCAE exhibit. What I will not do is I'm not going to introduce a wholesale list of 16 interrogatories that I am not sure of the relevance to this case. So, Mr. DeSalen, I'm not going to admit Exhibit 4, CCA Exhibit 4 in its current form. However, subject to what I just said, I will accept a CCAE exhibit that contains CCAE 1-16 question and answer. It's up to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. We'll submit that shortly.
Very well. Subject to my my instruction and my ruling, is there any objection to a conforming CCAE? What number do you want to give it, sir? You want to give?
Corrected Exhibit 4, just to try to make
Okay.
it less confusing.
All right. Is there going to be any objection to corrected Exhibit 4 that conforms to having a cover page, signature page, and in between CCA Exhibit 1-16 question and answer? Hearing no objection, subject to the filing and my review, I will admit a CCAE Exhibit 4 corrected. Is that okay, Melissa?
Sure, whatever you guys want.
All right. Very well. Anything further, Mr. DeSalen?
No, Madam Hearing Officer, we rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Regensburg, you have a witness.
Yes, our first witness is Mr. Jack Sidler. He's probably trying to sign in right now.
Okay. Good. There he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Sidler.
Yep.
Unmute yourself. There you go. How are you?
Good. How are you, Madam Hearing Examiner?
I am okay. Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Well,
Go ahead.
Mr. Sidler, could you please state your name for the record?
Jack D. Sidler,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as an engineer.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review Pnm's application for the CCN in this case that was filed on May 3rd, along with the testimony filed in the case?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing any testimony regarding the application?
Yes, I did.
And do you have access to a document marked Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And please identify the document.
It's the prepared direct testimony of Jack D. Sidler, filed on 18 August 2023.
And was Staff Exhibit 1 prepared by you and under your by you or under your supervision?
By me.
Have you made any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No, I haven't.
And if I asked you the same questions today that are set forth in your Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes, they are.
And do you adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes,
Hearing Examiner Hurst, we request that Staff Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Jack D. Sidler, and any exhibits that are attached be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 1, Mr. Sidler's direct testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. At this
Thank
time, we
you.
tender Mr. Sidler for questions.
Very well. Do any parties have any questions for Mr. Sidler?
No
Hearing-
questions.
Hearing none. I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Sidler. I think I understand your testimony. Have you been listening today?
yes, I have.
And I think you can tell probably from the second procedural order that I issued that I have some questions regarding, I've got a couple of questions regarding this application, but I also have questions concerning your request regarding future similarly situated projects. Right?
Okay,
Okay. The application had to do with the determination of AFUDC,
yes,
and you indicated on page 13 of your testimony, the question posed at line 1, please describe Pnm's request for approval to accrue AFUDC. And you answer Pnm request to accrue AFUDC at the rate of 6% applied to the cost in this case. That's your testimony?
yes.
Do you know where the 6% figure, where Pnm came up with that?
No, I don't, am.
Do you know whether, have you evaluated other applications for CCNs that have an AFUDC rate?
I've never seen any that listed by specific rate that I can remember, but 6 to 7% usually seems about average to what I have seen.
And you indicate specifically on pages 13 and 14 what the commission rule and the use for AFDC is allowed by the commission, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated in your testimony that staff supports Pnm's request for AFUDC. And that on page 15 of your testimony, beginning at line 1, that Pnm will need to file a Schedule B5 with information in the rate case containing the AFUDC requested amount. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And is that concurrent or is that prospective?
I believe that this request would be considered in the next rate case.
So you're not aware that they filed this in, that they filed anything relating to AFUDC in this case?
I'm not, I'm not.
Wait a second. For this case in the pending rate case?
I'm not aware of that, ma'am, no.
Okay. Mr. Sidler, one of the other section of commission rules that you indicated apply in your testimony on page 8 is the commission's cost overrun rule, 17.3.580.2, 580.7A, and 580.13 as being applicable in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And my understanding of this particular rule is that if the projected amount in the application is exceeded, that's when they would have to comply with these sections of the cost overrun rule.
That's my belief, ma'am.
So your overall recommendation in this case is that the commission approve the project, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that the other part to your recommendation in this case is that the information, I'm looking at page 6 of your testimony, the question posed at line 13, are the information and testimonies in this case sufficient to provide guidelines to streamline the process for future requests of the use of BESS systems on the distribution system which authorizes approval within 6 months? That's the question. Then your answer beginning at line 18, yes, staff believes that the information and testimonies filed in this case are sufficient to act as guidelines for future cases requesting similar BESS projects. That's your testimony, Mr. Sidler?
That is.
And what specifically in the testimonies or information provided by Pnm, do you believe should be utilized as a template for going forward?
I believe that all of the testimonies have some value as a template. I mean, of course, the specific information would change, but I believe that across all of their testimony, they gave sufficient background in the case to be able to make determination on the CCN.
Well, for example, Mr. Sidler, are you saying that any utility that wants to file a BESS project for distribution should have to get a Burns and McDonald evaluation exactly like what P&M filed.
I don't believe that I was extending it to other utilities. This question was basically asked, at least in my belief, that it was specifically for P&M.
Well, then are you saying that every BESS project in the future that P&M files for would have to have a Burns and McDonald analysis?
To the extent that a Burns and McDonald analysis would differ. If it's the same basic analysis, I don't know that they need to redo an entire analysis. But they could certainly include it in the case.
Well, if the analysis was such that they looked at specific feeders and that they looked at specific options for achieving certain objectives on the feeders, don't you think that it's going to need to be feeder specific information?
Well, I believe that as the cases go on, the P&M witnesses should be able to address and identify that information themselves. I mean, specific Burns and McDonald analysis may not be essential once P&M gets used to being able to do these in-house.
Further in your testimony, you recommend on page 7, the question posed at line 1, should the commission determine at what point these installations will be done in the ordinary course of business? And then you begin your answer at line 4. Yes, currently there are no fixed standards for determining what constitutes the ordinary course of business. The commission should make a determination of the point that these installations will be in the ordinary course of business, thus not necessitating CCN applications pursuant to 6291A. That's your testimony, sir?
That's my testimony.
And you're recommending in this case that the commission make that determination, correct?
That's correct. I'm recommending that they make it.
And then basically, if they made that determination in this case, then they're not going to be required to file that information that you refer to in page 6 of your testimony, are they?
No, once it's past whatever point the commission would determine. If it's six of these units constitutes ordinary course of business, then once they get to unit 7, they shouldn't have to file a CCN per that statute.
But my reading of your testimony was that they need to make that determination in this case. Is that correct?
I don't, I mean, their determination could be no determination. That's up to the commission. P&M and their application on page 7, footnote 1, at least indirectly requested that the commission make a determination of ordinary course of business because there is no definition of ordinary course of business, at least as it is in the statute. I mean, the commission can decide not to make a determination, but at some point down the line, I believe that installing these battery systems will be the same as installing a transformer.
But Mr. Sidler, are you specifically asking the commission in this case to make the ordinary course determination that would obviate the need for any further CCN requests for this type of project?
I'm recommending that they make a determination. But that's my recommendation.
Do you have any concerns? And obviously your attorney has filed a response as required by the second procedural order regarding whether or not such a determination was noticed or whether there was a potential due process issue and other issues, but I'm not asking for the legal interpretation as much as I'm asking, based on your knowledge and experience, if the commission makes a policy determination of what's in the ordinary course in this specific case, don't you think that the other utilities and or interested parties that come before the commission might have wanted an opportunity to weigh in on that?
That's possible. And, you know, it's my belief that the commission could make a determination to do a rulemaking.
Do you think such policy determinations that, well, let me ask you this. Do you think that it's possible that SPS or EPE might want to do some of these BESS projects in the future?
That's possible.
And if that is possible, that other utilities might want to do these kind of projects, don't you think that they would want to be treated in a similar manner as to P&M?
Well, it's my belief that if the commission determines that whatever number of installations satisfies the ordinary course of business, that those other utilities would be treated in the same manner. Once they get up to that number, they would not have to do CCNs either.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you think that the commission's consideration of making an ordinary course determination should be based on how many types of projects that the company offers?
Well, that's what I believe ordinary course of business is. You know, they install them all the time. At some point, it becomes a routine installation. Transformers are that way. They don't file CCNs that I'm aware of for transformers, and I've seen them install $40 or $50 million transformers. At some point they started installing transformers somewhere. The question would be is where did it become ordinary course of business?
So then is my understanding correct then that you're not necessarily advocating that the commission make a ordinary course determination in this case that P&M has met the determination or requirements of ordinary course by filing one CCN application?
No, I'm not making the recommendation that this application fulfills any ordinary course of business. I believe that what I'm recommending is that the commission make some sort of a determination of at what point these installations become ordinary course of business.
Okay. I think I understand your testimony, Mr. Sidler. Thank you so much. Ms. Regensburg, any redirect for Mr. Sidler?
No, ma'am, no redirect. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Sidler based on my questions? Hearing none, Mr. Sidler, thank you. Your excuse, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Regensburg, you have another witness.
We have Mr. Bamadou Ouattara next.
Very well.
There's a bit of a lag when you are watching on YouTube, so I just sent him a text. There you go.
And I just admitted it. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Elizabeth Hess.
Melissa, will you please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Regensburg.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ouattara, good afternoon. By whom are you employed? Or could you first state your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Bamadou Ouattara, and I work for.
Oh, go ahead. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as a utilities economist.
Thank you. As part of your duties in that position, did you review Pnm's application for the CCN in this case that was filed on May 3rd, 2023, along with the testimony filed in the case?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did prepare.
And do you have access to a document marked Staff Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And could you please identify that document?
Staff Exhibit 2 is the prepared direct testimony of Bamadou Ouattara.
Okay, thank you. And was staff exhibit 2 prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was prepared by me.
And have you made any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No, I haven't.
If I asked you today the same questions that are set forth in staff exhibit 2, would your answers be the same? Have you corrected anything?
My answers will be the same, yes.
Thank you. Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, these answers are true and correct.
And do you adopt staff exhibit 2 as your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Hearing examiner, her staff requests that staff exhibit 2, the direct testimony of Bamadou Ouattara, be admitted into evidence. I believe there might be an exhibit there as well.
I see an affirmation.
There's one exhibit with case.
Oh,
experience.
yeah. The case experience. Okay.
Yes.
Very well. Any objection to what has been identified as staff exhibit 2? Mr. Ouattara's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 2 is admitted. Ms. Regensburg?
And we now tender Mr. Ouattara for questions.
Do any of the parties have any questions for Mr. Ouattara?
No questions.
Hearing no questions. Good afternoon, sir. I just have a few questions for you. I think I understand your testimony. And I just wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you, I noticed in note, Ms. Regensburg, I don't believe that the copy of the Mr. Ouattara's testimony doesn't have any page numbers on it.
Oh,
And I think that should be
Right.
corrected in the future.
yes, I apologize
it's-
for that. I am sorry. I believe probably when I added the Bates numbers, I may have deleted the page numbers.
It's kind of hard to reference somebody's testimony if I don't have page numbers in it.
Really
But
understand. Yeah.
I'll do
sorry.
my best here. And just looking at your background, Mr. Ouattara, I see that your undergraduate degree is a bachelor's in petroleum engineering.
Yes, ma'am.
And also economics. So I know that you are and you have a master's in economics and you're working on a doctorate in economics.
Yes.
But I want to ask you about your petroleum engineering, and so does your engineering background help out in your economic analysis of these cases?
Sometimes, yes, they do. It mostly like would depend on the project itself. So in my petroleum background, like my training like in petroleum was mainly based like on the engineering aspect, like how do you extract or exploit the resource, you know. But what I do as an economist, especially like in my graduate degree, like I focus more on seeing I do focus more like on the transition from petroleum resources like natural resources to renewable resources and see like where does a renewable resource outweigh the non-renewable resource. So a project like this, definitely my background is going to have an impact on how I do my analysis.
And I note that you indicate in your testimony that you have reviewed the application and the testimonies of Mr. Warner and Mr. Jones, correct?
Yes.
And within Mr. Jones's voluminous testimony were several contracts and or business documents, correct?
I did not understand the question.
Okay. Within Mr. Jones's testimony, he had certain attachments that were of a contractual nature, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Examiner, like I don't recall those attachments exactly, like which one were there.
Okay, well, let's look here at P&M Exhibit JJ2.
Okay.
And this appears to be some type of contractual document, the RFP process, that led to the contract in JJ3, the equipment purchase contract. Are you,
Okay.
did you review that document?
Yes.
And did you find that the terms and conditions that were included in that document, did you find them to be typical of equipment purchase contracts that you're familiar with?
Honestly speaking, since this document was not significant like in my analysis, so I did not actually use like anything from this document. But when it comes to the term of contract, I'm not very familiar, with those terms.
I'm sorry, please repeat, but when it comes to the exam of contract,
When it comes to the terms of the contract, like I'm not very familiar with this particular contract. So like
Well,
it's difficult for me to say.
but Mr. Otara, don't you think that the terms of the contract from the supplier of the battery are important to the project and the reliability of that vendor and the the pricing terms? I mean, aren't those important in an economic analysis?
I believe they are, yes.
Well, then, if they are, then why didn't you consider them?
Well, my analysis basically focused mainly on, did not focus like exactly on the contract itself, rather on the importance of the project, as a whole, like economically speaking, like how important is the project, cost analysis wise, and how much can the public, benefit from this project, and also like how much can PNM benefit from this project. So like it wasn't actually based on the type of contract the company is having with Kairos Power, but rather on the importance of the project for the public.
Well, in your testimony in answering the question in section 3, Pnm's proposed application, is Pnm confident in the accuracy of the overall cost of the project? You testify overall, Mr. Jones believes that Pnm is reasonably confident, and based on several factors, and one of the 3 bullet points says the battery energy storage equipment, which represents 70% of the total project cost, has been finalized in the agreements, which has locked in the pricing and delivery schedule of the equipment. That's your testimony, correct, sir?
Yes.
Well, if 70% of $25 million is tied up in this agreement, which you didn't focus on, don't you think that's kind of important?
Yeah, I believe that is important for the analysis.
Let's move on, sir. And you're answering the question in your testimony, is the BESS project the most cost-effective among feasible alternatives under the statute 6291D7? And in answer to that question, you testify staff believes that the project is most cost-effective, and that you base that determination on the comparison of the 3 different alternatives of adding storage to the system. That's correct, sir?
Yes, that is correct.
And those were the 3 options that we've heard about earlier today. The other 2 options being either building whole new feeders or upgrading feeders, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say in terms of costs, the BESS project is the second cheapest among the 3 alternatives, correct?
Yes.
So you don't necessarily think in your analysis that they should have gone with the cheapest alternatives?
I mean, my analysis is not solely based like on the cheapest options, but rather on because the most cost effective is not necessarily the cheapest, because these options that we have here, the BESS project offers more, I would say, benefits, not just the cheap cost, but also other benefits, were available with the BESS project. So my analysis is based on all those benefits and also on the cost.
And in your testimony, you refer to those as the advantages of the project, correct?
Yes.
You further testify that staff believes that the ownership of the project will give P&M full control over operation and maintenance activities, allowing it to effectively optimize the feeder's use, benefit, and safety. Correct?
Yes.
If there had been, for example, some other type of ownership, say they were purchasing this through a contract, do you think your analysis would have been the same in the selection of the most cost-effective project?
I think that would depend on the contract. Basically, what PNM is using here to say that they will actually benefit, like things like being able to optimize the feeder's use, benefit, and safety. The control, like over the system, I believe, like after analysis of the applications, controlling the whole system and being able to manage the system was very important to PNM. So it would depend on, like, if PNM has no control over the system or over the project, how is that going to affect them cost-wise, you know, and also in being able to provide electricity, you know, to the public. So I think, like, it will basically depend, like, on the type of contract, what they gain by having ownership versus what they lose, you know, by not having ownership of the project.
In your analysis and considering not only the cost, but the project advantages or benefits, did you rank the benefits or consider some of the benefits more important than others?
I did not conduct any ranking of the benefit, but what I noticed is that the two other projects were actually lacking, like, a lot of benefit that the BSS project had, and that was very determinant, you know, in my analysis.
Well, I noticed that in your testimony, you included also in tiny type that I can't read, Mr. Warner's table OW1
Yes.
that I have up here on the screen. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Well, in your evaluation of the first option, the battery option, he has certain potential monetary reductions or offsets in here. Did you consider those in your evaluation?
Yes, I believe I included some of those in my evaluation.
Earlier, I inquired about the potential, for example, for energy arbitrage. And that's something that may or may not happen. Isn't that right, Mr. Otara?
According to this table, energy arbitrage is something that the BSS project will actually allow to happen. So I don't know if that is based like on a different analysis, like in the testimony, but like.
Well,
Mhm.
what my point is how can you, how do you evaluate something that may or may not happen? Because the witness's testimony is depending on how the BESS projects are used, there may not be any money to sell or any energy to sell. So there wouldn't be any valuation then in that $500,000 offset per year, right?
Yeah, I think that might be something that I missed, like in the testimony, in my analysis. When I was doing, like I was looking at this table, I did not consider that option, that there may like or may not be arbitrage.
So you actually valued it that was something that was gonna happen.
Yes.
Okay. And then did you hear earlier today when Commissioner Ellison was asking Mr. Warner about that curtailment reduction? Did you hear those questions and answers?
I don't think I followed it well.
Okay. Well, in your chart, in Mr. Warner's chart here, it says avoidance of 75,000 megawatt hours over 20 years. Did you consider that in your evaluation as a benefit or a advantage?
I did not consider that as a benefit in my analysis.
Okay. Just for your information, the testimony was that they don't currently have a curtailment ability. So the commissioner was asking how you can value something that you don't have the ability to do now. And then the witness was saying, yeah, but if we have that ability to do that in the future and we don't do it, then it's going to be a benefit. But anyway, I don't want to characterize the testimony. That's what I heard. But if you did not include that, then I don't need to know about that. Okay. I wanted to ask you about your final conclusion. And that's in section 4. And then basically the last sentence on that page says, PNM has effectively demonstrated through their testimonies that the BESS project is the most cost-effective among feasible alternatives, considering its highest net value. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Would you like to define highest net value to me, please?
Yeah. So obviously here the highest net value is not like in monetary terms for like all of the benefits the BESS project offered. So it's being the cheapest and plus like all the other benefits that I considered as net value.
Well, I understand in considering the other alternatives and considering the benefits, but I'm still not sure I understand how you're defining net value, highest net value.
Like I say, the net value could be defined like in purely monetary terms, This way we basically have to take like all the benefit and give them a monetary value and then do a comparison like of the free project. But like in this case here, the net value, like for my understanding or the in the wording like of this analysis, the net value is not purely like a monetary value. So it's the price of, the cost of the project plus the added benefits, that the project offers. That's what I mean by net value.
Okay, all right, sir, I understand that. All right, thank you. Those are the questions that I had concerning your testimony. Ms. Regensburg, any redirect for your witness?
Yes, I just have a couple of questions. Well, one question really.
Go ahead, please.
Did Mr. Watara, did you was your responsibility to evaluate the application under section 6229(1), and you evaluated D1, D6, and D7 sections of that statute? Is that correct?
Yes, that was my responsibility in this case.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions from any of the parties? No. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Watara. You're excused.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Regensburg, from staff?
Can't hear you.
Oops, sorry about that. No, nothing further. Thank you.
Very well. I think the only thing that remains, other than getting the answer to the bench request and the corrected CCA exhibit, is to discuss any dates for proposed recommended decisions and or briefing. I will give all of the parties the opportunity to file a briefing regarding the issue of ordinary course determination and its applicability or not, whether it's actually within the scope of this case or not, the potential due process ramifications or other topics related to the commission making a policy decision in one case that it potentially could be included for all utilities.
I'm sorry, included or?
Applicable to all utilities. And I'm not going to make it a mandatory requirement, although, since we have diverse interest in this case, it would be good to hear from parties. And I will consider staff's response to the second procedural order in my consideration. As always, any proposed recommended decision and or proposed findings and conclusions that can be jointly proposed are appreciated, not mandatory. And because P&M graciously, back at the beginning of this case, graciously and in their own interest, had agreed to an expedited transcript to get the case moving even more quickly. I believe then that it might be appropriate for any post-hearing writings to be filed within 2 weeks of today's hearing. Can that be accomplished? I'm not hearing any groans.
Well, I've got briefing going on right now for the rate case, the Pnm rate case. So, what's 2 weeks from today? October
2 weeks from today is the 26th.
26th.
Anybody want to give me a different date? And I'm just, just trying to, I mean, I set this case trying to accomplish the goal that the company requested. I thought it could be reasonably accomplished with my schedule and the party's schedule, and in an effort to try to accommodate having the commission decide this issue in a manner that could get potentially could get the project accomplished on the timeframes that were proposed, and also considering, as we all know who have been in this business for a while, things get really crunchy near the end of the year with all the different types of statutory deadline cases that have to be determined by the commission. And then there are those things called holidays. And I have found out that not everybody likes to work on holidays. I find it a good time to catch up on things, but some people actually like some time off. And with the commission's meeting schedule, I don't know honestly how many meetings there are going to be in December, and we want to make sure that if it's appropriate and we can, that we're able to have the commission consider this. So I'll stop talking with that, and if somebody else would like to propose something other than the 26th, let me know.
Does anyone have any objection to November 6th, which is a Monday?
I see Mr. Yar has his hand up.
Yeah,
Hi, Mr. Yar.
Hi, I just had a quick question, Your Honor, relative to the proposed, and I have no objection to staff's proposal to November 6th. I think that's perfectly reasonable. My question, Your Honor, is: are you seeing that there just be one round of briefing, or is there going to be also a response?
Well, and that's part of it, is that the parties seem to be on, if I can characterize it, I think the parties all seem to be, in agreement as to what should be accomplished on the project. I think what remains, at least from the party's perspective, is how you all feel about the second part of this case, and going forward, how do we treat these? I don't know if you all are on the same page or not. Obviously, I have issues with it, and to what extent you all, want to try to assuage those, fears that I might have, that's up to you. So the answer, I guess, Mr. Yar, is I'm only anticipating one round, but how lawyers are. They might want to come back with something else.
Well,
That's why I don't want to build in too much time, because I vacated a hearing actually last week for an RPS case. That has to get done before the end of the year. And then as the movie industry likes to call it, trailer, I'm gonna have to pick up another case that's got to be determined before the end of the year too, from someone else. So I wouldn't squeeze me too much on the time, or you're not going to get your decision before the end of the year.
Well, I would like
I'm sorry, but I've got these two statutory cases that can't be extended.
I would like to do a little more research on the due process question. I think we did brief it a little bit in our response to the second procedural order, but I mean, it does seem like, given some of the questions that we had today and the answers, I think it would be worthwhile to research it a little more. And I don't have any problem with trying to work together with the other parties to do something jointly either. I think that could be useful. It is an interesting issue, and definitely is up to the commission, but I'd like to give them and you as much information as we can on how to move forward on that ordinary course of business issue and on the notice issue.
Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM does not object to staff's proposed November 6th deadline. I mean, I have a 2-day hearing next week, so more time is great. But to be clear, our priority is having a final order in place before the end of the year, such that we can continue to move forward on this. So I guess, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would ask you, if we get briefing in by November 6th and we're more or less aligned with each other, do you think it's possible we'd have a final order by the end of the year?
I would do my best to try to get that. I would rather give you fewer days. I would rather sort of split the difference with you and say November 1st and give myself that extra time frame. Can that be accomplished or no? Ms. Regensburg?
Well, I'll do my best to make it happen. There are only so many weekends in a month, and I've been working every single one. And I would just like to do a good job on the briefing, and just having more time would be nice to do a good job. Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And I'm going to set it for November 1st. And, if you get to that point, you can always ask for an extension. I sympathize and I empathize with the crunch of work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think if we work together, we can present something, that.
Very well.
Madam Hearing
Yeah,
Examiner, just for the record, I don't have any problem with the schedule. And I don't see a need to file response briefs.
Very well. Anything further regarding a post-hearing schedule? Hearing nothing. I would like, if we can, to get, if I know it's past the close of business, I apologize for that. Melissa, thank you for staying. Appreciate you. I would like, let's say by Monday, close of business, I would like the answer to the bench request and the corrected exhibit file, so that we don't leave those outstanding. So that'll be by the 16th. And like say, we'll have an 11-1 briefing subject, and I will do my best to accommodate the schedule and allow the commission time. I'll do my part. I am not in a position, nor do I have the authority to guarantee when the commission considers the order. But I'll do my best to facilitate the application request. Okay?
And one last question, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, ma'am.
Will we be receiving a brief or an order on briefing at all, or should we? I don't know if I got everything that you wanted in the briefing.
Well, basically, it's the same. I hadn't intended on providing one,
Okay.
Ms. Regensburg. It's basically the same issues of the ordinary course determination, and you'll see in the transcript, like I say, which you're going to get in short order.
Okay.
So it'll all be there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you all. Anything further? Hearing nothing. Appreciate your time and efforts, and I will await post-hearing writings, exhibits, and bench request responses, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.